Hello, hello. Let's see, let's start everything up. I should be a little bit earlier just because I kind of like, I don't know, it felt like a good time. I'm really hungry and I want to order food for dinner. I think, because it's New Year, celebrate the New Year's. Like a little treat. A lot of people do parties and fancy stuff. I'm just here alone by myself at home. So I'm going to order myself a little food as a treat. I kind of want to be able to just relax and chill later. I think, get all cozy and put on something. Oh wait, no game. Oh, oops, my bad. Just chatting. Wow. Okay, there we go. That's what we're doing right now. Oops. I wish that were like the default, right? Like, okay. Anyway, so, yeah. So later, I'm just gonna chill. Put on a stream or videos or something, and hopefully a stream. Hopefully someone's streaming later. Hey, Knuckle, welcome. But yeah, so I was like, I'll do the stream earlier in the day, and then I'll just kind of chill with my evening, yeah. So it's kind of like just like a we'll do like maybe a little bit of a little game, towards the end, but mostly just a stream for recognizing the new year and checking in on different things, talking about stuff, mostly talking stream, and little game thrown in just to make me feel better, because like, can you believe it, like before, I don't know what changed, but like I started streaming again in like August, right after pretty big break, and last thing of the year joke stream. Oh, I don't know. Everyone always or oh, see you next year. Oh, hate this. They've never like, teachers in school, right, would always do that sort of stuff, and I'm like, oh no, please don't. Or like, wow, I haven't seen you in a whole year, right, when you come back in January, and it's like, don't. Even little kid Sal, little like 7-year-old Sal was like, ugh, don't, teacher, don't. But they're funny the first time and they're lame for the rest of your life. Yeah, I guess maybe the first time it was funny. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure. I have my doubts, but maybe I did find it funny the first time. But that's a very small percentage. The number of times I have heard it. Oh no, Ori and the Blind Forest, no. We'll leave it on. You can't skip it. You can't skip it. You just have to sit and feel it. Why do I have it on this playlist? It's pretty, that's why. Okay. Let's see. Now what? What was I saying? Yeah, so mostly kind of talking stream, talking about stuff. I'm gonna, let's see, we'll wait a little bit. I still like to wait until like the 5-minute mark or so before we get started. Mostly talking about plans, because it's always really interesting that well, interesting for me in like from a streaming perspective, that yeah, because even on my old channel, I don't know like when I was putting my first YouTube, I think it was like the fall though, when I was putting my first YouTube videos up, but like that kind of coincided with the beginning of like the academic year, right, with the school year. So that was still like another kind of like joint time of reflection, and then but like starting streaming on my old account and this account both at the end of December has kind of like made it, like when you look back and you're like, all right, so now what? Projecting for like your next year, it's not just next year of content making, but also next year of year. So it really works. And like I said, this year kind of weird. We're in like a weird place. I'm in a weird place. I don't know if it's like for stay the channel. Was in a weird place because like all December I was feeling really down. Well, not all December, like the first week was good. Then after that kind of took a turn. I was feeling really down, and feeling like, I don't know, like I wasn't really going anywhere. Like I wasn't doing as well as I wanted to do. I was just kind of like disappointed in myself, and I mentioned this a little bit in the past couple streams, but and all through why it was happening, while it was happening. But like, just like feeling really down, feeling really frustrated, and like I said, yeah, disappointed in myself. And the problem is, it's like it's really hard because so much of my motivation, right? Because like I don't really have, I don't know. I mean, I guess a lot of people don't, but like you don't really have a lot of people in your life telling you like, "Oh, good job on that stream" or something, like you don't, or like, "Wow, look, you've got this many followers," or like, "Wow, that like was the stream just felt really fun. I really liked it," or like, "Oh my gosh, you were really funny," or whatever. You don't have people telling you positive feedback, right? So it's hard to find the motivation to, keep going when you're not getting positive feedback. And that's why one thing, like the numbers, right? It's really easy to like look at the numbers and let that be your positive feedback, though it's not a good idea. But um right, yeah. And you're like, "Oh, okay, I like got these numbers, like this YouTube video got like 20 views in the first day. That's good. That's good." And use that as your motivation to feel like you're like getting somewhere. And like you're like, "Oh, well, I'll try not to use that because it's not healthy motivation." But like what other motivation do you have, right? Like besides just like achieving certain things and accomplishing certain things. Um and sometimes it's fine. Like if you like did a stream and you're like, "No, it felt good. The vibes felt really good." Like I felt the vibes were really good. Like playing Water Delivery, to me, I just really like that game. And the vibes felt good. I was happy with that. Because- yeah. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's great, like, hearing from, chat and viewers and stuff. But like, I don't know. It's hard, to like focus, right? But that is something, yeah, like if seeing people in chat, like I really appreciate it. And because like I don't know, I appreciate lurkers too, of course. But like, one of the biggest things is, yeah, people coming back. And again, yeah, the numbers don't mean anything, but like on the other hand, like it does, mean something to know that people are watching, and I really appreciate it. Like that's the thing is it's like, yeah, and I guess to be fair, telling yourself the numbers don't matter is kind of bad too, because like they do, because like I appreciate it. It means people watch, and I appreciate people watching and people chatting. I really appreciate that as well. And it's always really fun, like when you get to the point in streaming when like you have people in chat and you have people to talk with, and that's one of the biggest things for me. What I really like about streaming is the chance to talk, and not just like to rant at or talk to myself, but like, talk with chat. It's like I don't really go out and do a lot of social things, and this is kind of like a nice little social outlet for me that matches like other interests I have, like playing video games. I can play video games and be social at the same time. It's crazy. And like that makes me feel good, and feeling good about your stream is always really good. So I appreciate that. And I was gonna say, but yeah, so I don't know, it was December felt weird. Like I wasn't really feeling like I don't know, the numbers weren't there or something, or I don't know, it wasn't enough, maybe, right? Because like you always have like the things that you're beating yourself up about, and the positive motivation has to like counteract that stuff. And I don't know, it was just I just wasn't feeling it. And I don't even know. But still kind of in that place a little bit. Like yesterday I decided not to stream because again I was feeling in that place, that like kind of being hard on myself sort of thing, and I'm like, I don't know, I'm like, I could stream, but I feel like it'd be better not to stream on with that sort of attitude, especially this sort of stream where I'm talking about New Year's goals and plans and things like that. I'm like, I don't want to go into that stream feeling bad about myself, right? And feeling like, ugh, I'm not very entertaining, I'm not very funny, I'm not pretty, I'm not, like I'm not talented enough. And I'm like, I don't want to bring that energy in. Um, but and you still have days like that, but I don't know. Uh I think honestly getting more sleep. I got more sleep last night, which is good. Because like I've been doing this thing since I've been off work where I'm like, oh, I can stay up late. I don't have work in the morning. Yeah, I'm still gonna wake up sometime between like 6 and 7, because of all the like trucks outside and stuff. So I'm like, they're really noisy for at least the first few hours of the morning. Usually, I think like they're usually kind of more quiet again by 9 ish. Uh, and you still get occasional noise, but like there's a lot between 6 and 9. Yeah, sleep is very important, on your mood, especially. Yeah, I realized that a couple years ago when, like, before that, like, through college and stuff, I like did not get enough sleep consistently, and I was always uh really grumpy and quick to get angry about things. Like my patience was very low, and I realized that a lot of that was honestly from just not sleeping enough. Like that was honestly just the issue. Like you get 4 hours of sleep a night, like 4 nights a week, and the other 2 nights you get, or like the other like 3 nights you get 6 hours. Apparently that makes you grumpy at things. Who knew? Who knew? Um, if you consistently get below like 6 hours of sleep, it makes you tired. And napping, it doesn't necessarily cover it, right? Like napping isn't like it gives you enough energy to carry you over, doesn't it? But doesn't fix the problems that sleeping the full night through should have taken care of. Lack of sleep makes you insufferable asshole to people around you. You just get frustrated. Like when you like you get on Twitter, right? And like if you get enough sleep, you're like, oh whatever, people, or like you have enough mental capacity to, or emotional awareness to like click off and be like, oh, this is annoying to me, I'm gonna stop. Or you like just don't get as frustrated. You're like, oh, stupid people exist, man. And you just realize that. But if I'm like sleep deprived, I'm gonna get on Twitter and I'm gonna be so annoyed at everything. I'm gonna keep scrolling because I'm so mad. And I feel like that at least me being mad is putting the energy out in the universe to do something about it. Maybe if I'm just mad enough about stupid people, maybe they'll stop being stupid. Not even commenting or anything or replying to things, just like putting that energy out there. Trick is don't take Twitter seriously, just laugh at the idiots. Yeah, I mean, well, I don't like the angle that like, it's just online, it's not real life, but like it is. You're like, people are reading it, people are seeing it. It's communication is happening, so it is real life. It's it's just like if you're standing in a room talking to someone saying it. Because they're reading it. But a lot of the stuff doesn't apply to me. It's not said to me personally. They are just stupid people, and the thing is, they're stupid people in real life too. I just don't see them. That's the difference. That's the difference. And I don't like knowing that they're there, or the like mean people, or whatever, however you want to take it. Stupid stuff really bothers me though. Like like completely like illogical things, or people who are mean, but like they're mean, uh like a lack of logic fuels their meanness. I don't spoke IRL because they know you just can't stand to say that out loud. To a certain extent, yes, but it's also just because like I don't see that many people IRL. And I mean, sometimes I saw a lot of stupid people when I was out. Like LA doesn't have a good like coffee shop culture. I used to spend like so much time at like Starbucks or like the local like indie coffee shops back on the East Coast. I would like study, do writing there and stuff like that. All the time, like so much, you've no idea. And like the baristas knew me type of vibe, right? And so and we were I was on really good terms with the baristas, you know, the like getting free drinks type of vibe. Um, and they like I spent so much time there, and sometimes you do hear a lot of stupid people when you're out in public like that. And even here, like there was one Starbucks I went to in the morning, and there's like this group of old men there in the mornings who like get there at like 5 a.m. for some because they're old men, and that's what time old men start their day. Apparently, I learned from my college professors. Um, and they would hang out there before they had like to go to work at like 7:30 or 8 o'clock. And I would be stopping in right at like 6:30, 7 o'clock or so, and I'd overhear their conversations, and some of them were like they were well meaning, I suppose, right? They didn't mean to be like transphobe. Like it's a group of old men working through their transphobia. Okay, like there'd be like one or two of them, and not just transphobia, but that was just one specific conversation I remember where someone was clearly cool with it, and the other guys were kind of coming to terms with understanding the concept of trans people, you know, and they weren't resistant to it, right? So I guess that's fair. That's you know, something to their benefit. But some days you just don't want to start your morning, you know, hearing those sorts of comments, or you know, it's that one was very obvious. Some things like a little bit of misogyny, a little bit of racism, but like not in a very obvious way, so you could kind of pretend it wasn't there. They were specifically talking about like trans athletes and stuff like that, and so that conversation was like, you know, but way better than most people. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, yeah, but like, yeah, you just don't necessarily want to start your day with it, you know. And I get that they're old, and I get that, like, you know, they're starting from like a much farther back point in progress, right? Like from where they're coming from. And I get that the progress is slower, and they kind of, you know, have a late start, sort of. They have bad you know, RNG in their spawn point, I guess we could say, in terms of this stuff. So like that's, you know, I it's okay, but I just don't always want to hear it at the coffee shop in the morning. you know you know and again, it's that stuff, right, where it's like, oh, it gets you kind of mad, you know. And uh yeah, that's like the vibe, but it's usually not that bad. And the other coffee shop, it's right on the corner. Oh my gosh, this intersection that's by me, this intersection, guys, this intersection is so bad. It's bad. Like the intersection, oh, there's some design issues with the intersection. It's a heavily trafficked intersection, and they if I'm at the coffee shop that has a good view of that intersection and I'm outside, like I see all the stuff that, like, it's already a rough intersection, but people, you know, I hate it when people sit on top of the crosswalks at a red light. Or when people sit a whole car's length back behind the stop line. Bro, pull up to the stop line. Why are you sitting so far back? There's a line of traffic behind you. You're going to cause problems at the back intersection, because there's literally people waiting at the intersection farther down too, right? It's like bumper to bumper traffic all the way up. So, you know, or the people who don't use their blinkers, that's, you know, problematic as well. People who pull into the intersection when traffic is backed up, and they don't have clearance on the other side of the intersection, so their light turns red and they're still sitting in the middle of the intersection, meaning the cars who now have a green light going the other direction can't go. Cars who run red lights, how many times have I tried to cross this intersection when I have a walk sign and a car runs, like, a car should not be crossing my intersection when my light says walk, let's just say. Like, their red light happened. Well, their red light happens. There's a space, and then my light says walk. There's no reason why they should. They had time. They had plenty of time. They just wanted to get through it because traffic's bad. So, Yeah, it depends. No, some places it's better. Some places it's better. It's just I'm in LA and like a lot of times I usually like take the bus to because I can walk to work. I walk home a lot too. And usually I don't feel like walking to work because it's the morning and I'm sleepy. But like I have a bus route that like goes from really close to like from really close to my apartment and like my neighborhood to work and goes really close to work too, so it's pretty convenient. And especially considering like traffic and everything, like sometimes it's just nice to just take a bus, you know. And it's a nice bus. There are some buses in LA that are really sketchy and really bad, but this is one of the nice buses. I can't say any more about why, but it's a nice bus. But yeah, so uh but it's not so bad. But yeah, LA is really bad for being a pedestrian just because traffic is so bad and it makes people really bad drivers. Although people will let people in. Like they're really friendly if you're trying to merge on the highway. Like they're really chill about it. Really chill about it. But in the way the East Coast is not. God, no. Like you want to pull in front of someone and like waiting in traffic on the East Coast, they'll be like, no, screw you. You get off on that exit and you got to figure out your way, man. They're not going to let you in. But in LA, people do, and I'm so surprised. I don't know. I guess because they have to do it to function. But car guys are cool to each other, but hate pedestrians. Um, but they're not cool to each other all the time. Like I said, like when they're sitting in the um sitting in the middle of an intersection blocking traffic because they wanted to make sure they could pull through before the light turned red, and they pulled into the intersection. At least they just weren't able to pull to the other side, and so they're blocking the entire, you know, perpendicular lane of traffic who now has a green light. Like they don't really care about each other. It's just that they don't have a lot of opportunities. Like I don't know, for some reason merging, they're really cool with letting people in. But that's like the one thing they're good about. I think because they kind of have all agreed that they kind of have to be for some reason. I don't know what's up with that, but they're also really bad though at for the like carpool lanes on the highways. A lot of time the carpool lane is slow as hell, man. Like it's supposed to be faster, but everyone gets in the carpool lane. And so then it's like the most crowded lane. It goes so slow. It's like, guys, what are you people all doing over there? It's normally not a problem, but if I like have to take like an Uber somewhere or something, like then it's an issue because we're gonna be stuck in the carpool lane. So it's watching all the other cars in the other lanes just fly right on by. But yeah, there's a lot of like, I mean, a lot of people speed when they can, which can be dangerous and problematic. And LA also has an issue that I've noticed, which usually isn't a problem unless you're going to be out really late at night for the most part. But they have a thing where, well, okay, it might be a police issue. So let's say someone's speeding, right? Or they're driving drunk, right? I think it's maybe a little bit of both. But the response in LA to, like, I feel like on the East Coast, a lot of times if, like, you're, you know, driving under the influence or you're speeding and you get pulled over, you pull over and you're like, aw, dang, sucks, I got caught, you know? In LA, however, they floor it. Then you have another police chase on your hands. And is the police driver going to continue to pursue the drunk driver? Absolutely. Absolutely. They're going to chase them down and encourage them to drive faster and more recklessly than ever. Guys, I don't know if this is helping. This is why they run into pedestrians late at night. This is why they run into buildings, hit people in parking lots when they're trying to switch cars to steal someone else's car in their police chase. And so many times there's a police chase that happens, and you look it up, and you think, oh, is this some crazy criminal, right? Is this like an O.J. Simpson situation? No, it's literally a DUI, or a car was speeding, and then the police sped after them, and they sped faster. And it's just like, really, I don't know. Like, on some points, I'm like, police, maybe you should just let them go, because by chasing them, you're kind of encouraging the bad driving to continue. And also with their chases, they bring it all out. They bring multiple police cars, they pull out the helicopter, and I'm like, this feels like a waste of resources. Like, the LAPD takes up a lot of LA's budget. We could put this towards homelessness, better public transportation, you know, trying to help with housing stuff, restructuring our zoning, like, you know, energy, put in our forestry departments so that they can do controlled burning to stop wildfires, to prevent them, you know, like all sorts of things that we could do with that money. But instead, we're bringing out the helicopters for every drunk driver out there. Like, I just don't think this is the right resource to use, you know? Yeah. But it's because it's a police chase now. It's like, I don't think we need that. I don't think we need that. I think, you know what, sometimes you just gotta let the drunk driver go. They were driving a little erratically, but you know what? Making them go 110 miles an hour and driving erratically is not helping the problem. Just leave them be and let them drive erratically at like 50 or something, okay? So yeah, it's not, I don't know, man. And that's just from what I've seen. I don't know in like medium crime areas of the city. Maybe it's even crazier. I don't even know what goes on in some of the worst areas of the city. Who even knows? Having them drive for so fast for so long, stuff, but also chasing them. Yeah, it's yeah, they like, they're encouraging it almost when they're chasing them, you know. And it's like, maybe just like chase them for like a, you know, a little bit, but once you realize it's gonna turn into, you know, a chase, capital A, capital C, right? Maybe you should just stop. Just realize you've lost and let them go. And I think maybe sometimes they do, which is what maybe also encourages the people to run. I don't know. It doesn't happen on the East Coast as much though, right? Like, you hardly ever get a police chase on the East Coast. So I don't know what the problem is. I don't know, but there's an issue. There's definitely an issue out here. But people don't care because they love a good police chase. So I don't know. If it goes on for long enough, they bring out the news helicopters, and that's what really gets people into it. It's like a movie. And it's just so stupid. So stupid. But it's, yeah. Anyway. I was saying, oh yeah, so going back, coffee shop. The one coffee shop. You have a nice view of the intersection, all the drivers being awful drivers. And that also frustrates me in the mornings too. But it's not as bad if you get enough sleep, is what I learned over the past few years. I knew sleep was important before, but I knew it was important for like school, right? Like, I didn't really think how important it was for just like living life. So yeah, so that's one thing that I learned. Anyway, let's see. So yeah, so the past like week and a half or so, I don't think I was getting the best sleep, but I got good sleep last night. So feeling a little bit better today. Still not perfectly quite all the way there, but you know, a little bit better. So anyway, so start off talking about how my year went, I guess. I'll try to be quick about it. I don't want to yap for too long because I know I don't feel a lot of people will care. But the beginning of the year, I didn't like, as far as like from streaming perspective, what it would have looked like from the outside between January or like December 25th, I think it was last year. I did like a little Chance of Senar as a game I played for my streaming anniversary stream, and then I didn't play again until April. And then that was just a couple days in April, and then I didn't really start streaming regular until August. And so like what happened during that time This is a lot of like personal stuff, and like it's not even that like stuff that's that big of a deal, but like it felt like a bigger deal to me type of thing, you know? I don't know. I was just having like a bit of a rough time. And it was a few different things adding up, you know, that can cause like, you know, make things seem worse and everything. And just like the stress of it and the anxiety of it was kind of just really getting to me. So I wasn't really in a place for streaming, really. I mean, I probably could have, and it probably would have helped take my mind off of it. But you know, you have to work up that initial energy to do that. So it's normal for it to not seem that bad. Yeah, yeah. But at the time, like, I mean, the thing is, it's not that bad now, kind of because I went through it. Which, like overall, I would say the year, like, I can't really say I look back at the year and be like, wow, look how far I've come, look how much I've grown, because I don't think this was like a growth year for me. This was like a test year for me, right? I think the beginning half of the year, especially, but a little bit into the fall too, like, has been testing me. Um, and has been like throwing me a ton of challenges of things that like personally frustrate me or upset me, or things I'm scared of and have to overcome, or just like tests of faith, kind of almost. I don't know. But it was definitely a test, right? Like, uh, there was a point, like in the springtime that I was like very seriously considering moving back to the East Coast, for instance. Like, and as like kind of part of like the tests that I was kind of going through, you know, and like just a lot of kind of big stuff, to be honest, that I was playing very lightly with almost, right? Like these are like big decisions, but you know, I don't know, like a lot of big decisions, you kind of just have to, you can't make them be as big as they are, because that you can't navigate around those thoughts mentally, right? Like it makes it unwieldy as a concept to think about, right? And you have trouble making those decisions if you make them out to be so big. So you kind of have to almost oversimplify them, like take a step back and look at your life, right? You can't really be all up in it and you know, look at everything. You kind of have to take a step back and make those sorts of decisions. And end up deciding, like, I think I, you know, want to stay in LA at least through the LA Olympics. That's like my goal. I want to be here when the Olympics happens, just to say that I was. Right. And I'm really excited to see what LA does in the next few years as well, getting ready for the Olympics, because hosting the Olympics is always really good for a city. Like, some people here are complaining about it, but it's actually really good because you get a lot of outside funding, like federal funding, to help. Well, I don't, depending on how Trump and Gavin Newsom are going to be beefing, we'll see how much federal funding we're going to end up getting. But at least, and we'll see how much oh god, he takes down some of those Congress people too. Oh my god. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Oh, and if he runs in 2028, can't be too bad. I don't know, man. The election happened and Gavin Newsom was already like just straight up trying to Trump-proof California, which I'm down for. He's like, what things are actually ratified in the California Constitution? Let's work on this. Let's make sure we get this stuff locked in. And I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. But at the same time, he does like to, like people say, like he likes to just destroy Republican politicians for fun. How do you even get to that? I don't even know. But so yeah, so we'll see how what I mean, the federal government can't ignore us completely, right? Like we still will have the Olympics going on, and they gotta make us look like America, right? We gotta look good, right? Like they care about that, right? Maybe, sort of. It's patriotism. They love that stuff. So maybe we'll get anyway. But the point is, it's a great opportunity for LA, especially to fix a lot of the problems that we have, or get outside resources to help fix the problem, right? So like public transportation is one thing that they really want to work on. as well as and because we're currently stuck in the public transit system of no one uses it, even though it's pretty crowded, to be honest. It's pretty crowded, but they say no one uses it, so we're not going to put money into it and help make it better because no one uses it. But no one uses it because it sucks, and if you put more money in it, more people would use it, but they're not going to put more money in it until more people use it. So, you know, we're kind of in that. But if we already get federal money being put into it just to help for the Olympics, then that's a really, really, really good good boost that will hopefully improve it, and then more people will use it, and then more people are using it, so let's put more, you know, so like it'll justify the public transit system in general here, hopefully, maybe. I don't know. But then we also have you know, the housing issue. They don't really want as many homeless people on the streets for the Olympics. You know, when we have outside guests coming in. So, they got to do something about that. And the pressure to do that is going to increase. And I think Paris's failure to clean up the Seine, I think, will encourage LA to like not also be like that, right? Because we have now that model of, are you going to be like Paris? Are you going to be like Paris? Are these just empty promises that aren't going to be able to be followed through on? And I hope I don't know. I'm interested to see what happens is the point. So I definitely want to make sure I stay here through at least that long, but possible get off the streets real. I mean, we have an issue of them being imported, for lack of a better term, because it's not like it's not like homeless people are migrating from other American cities. They are literally being sent here, which is, and in some way I understand why, because like being homeless in like Minneapolis is going to be a very different situation than being homeless in LA, right? So like I get it. But at the same time, it's a lot for LA to deal with. And it is possible. Our districting is really bad for the city. We're not a very well-designed city, I have realized. And that needs fixed as well. But, you know, I mean, that comes down to need to rezone and things like that, and no one wants to really, you know, do that. So, and I think like there's some programs that people are doing, like they're the little like houses, right? They're like, there might as well just be little sheds. But they're, you know, nice little communities for people to come to, and have a permanent address, to apply for jobs, to be able to clean themselves up, you know, things like that. And a lot of them offer, you know, services for rehabilitation of different things and things like that. And so like that's really good. But a lot of people give those like little communities that they put in different places, they squeeze them like next to highways and stuff, right? And a lot of people hate them because they might be like drug-free areas, or they might have like a 10 p.m. curfew or something, and the people say that's inhumane. I say, I mean, look, if that's what you got to give up to get your life back on track, then yeah, maybe you should just be back home by 10 p.m. Chill. I don't know. And people look at it and they're like, it's just like a little shed. There's a little bed and a little stove and a little sink in there, and that's it. And it's or like a little shelves and like a sink, and that's it. And I'm like, have you seen dorm rooms? Like they are basically dorm rooms. At least they're like by themselves. They're not connected to other little sheds and other little tiny houses. And they have windows and stuff. They have air conditioning. You know, like I don't understand. It's curfew is reasonable. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, well, they should have freedom to come and go. And it's like, this is not slavery, guys. Like, this is very, very different than taking away someone's freedoms. This is just giving stipulations onto a housing community that they get to have. Like, I don't know. And I think it's such a step in the right direction for them. Like, the people want them to be just handed houses. And it's like, as an apartment liver, I'm like, man, that's kind of unfair. People work there, can't be there all the time. Yeah, there's that. And I think it's also, I mean, it's just to encourage them from like not, I don't know, just in, there's a few different reasons, and I mean, I don't know all the reasons. I don't do social work, but I'm sure social workers know. And like, what would be the benefit to them to put these things on to like do people just think they like trying to torture people or something? Like, why would social workers make these decisions? It doesn't monetarily benefit them. It like countries like Finland, you think the hand houses wouldn't work in the US because people are different. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Finland does things weird. I don't understand how Finland functions, to be completely honest. I don't understand Finland. Like their kids go to school for like 3 hours a day and are the smartest in the world. And they don't have homework. And it's like, how did that happen? What did you do? What did you do during those 3 hours to make that work? Isn't like a good job. Yeah, right? Like, so if the social workers are putting down these rules, it's like, I don't know, I kind of trust them because what else are they doing it for? A power play? Because it's a really sucky power play, let's be real. It makes sense when you get how their system works. I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Finland's just on something else. They're just on a whole nother level, a different universe up there. But like in the US, I don't know, like I mean, I don't want to be like, jealous and stuff, but I'd be a little upset if like a homeless person got a house for free. And I'm in this like apartment. Yeah, because like some of these houses, like houses in LA, they're really expensive. Like you get like a really cheap house for like 1.2 million, and it's like, wait, why did they get $1 million? I'm stuck paying 2,500 a month for rent for like a 1-bedroom apartment. Why do they get $1 million for free? Why? So, like I honestly would be a little bit annoyed at that. Like I understand it's good to help them, but at the same time, like I don't know that is I don't know about that. I do, and there are, buildings and stuff, like in houses built for the purpose. Oh yeah, that's kind of like the little like tiny houses that they have. I mean, they are small. They're just like dorm rooms because they're like $20,000. But no, people here, they want to put them. They're like, look, there's a lot of empty houses, so let's put them in because of like the market, right? Like there are some like mansions that are huge, that don't sell because they're like 25 million and no one wants to buy that. And people want to put them in those houses, right? And they're like, look, let's put them in the empty houses that we have. 17 apparently really affordable. See, yeah, there's a lot like the Cecil Hotel downtown is pretty famous, right? For like the Elisa Lam situation. And it's used for housing homeless people. For the most part, I think. And a lot of hotels in the city get repurposed for that reason, for instance, for the hotels. And they build like these little like, tiny house kind of communities for them and things like that. And I think that's fine and that's good use. But the problem is like they bring a lot of, if they're already engaged in crime or I'll just say drama, right? Like I don't want to make it seem like so negative, but they're engaged in drama of some sort. They bring the drama back to the building with them, and then it creates problems for the community and stuff, and like yeah, so I don't know, it's there's so much. And again, I'm not a social worker, I don't know all the problems, I don't know all the details, I'm not an expert on this whatsoever. But and a lot of them have like mental health issues that need more care and attention than just sticking them in a house or an apartment can fix. And yeah, it's so complicated. It's so complicated. And fixing the problem now that it's gotten this big, it grows like exponentially harder to solve the bigger the problem gets. And and we need a lot of resources put into it as a city, which is and currently LA is kind of ever increasing their LAPD funding to counteract the negatives brought about by, these sorts. I don't want to say they're criminals, but like it creates crime, it creates problems when you put people in these situations, let's say, right? Like, and they're just fixing those situations by, they're not fixing the problem, right? They're just reacting to the problem by boosting the police and not boosting the welfare programs and social programs and all, you know, all that sorts of stuff. But hopefully with outside federal aid to fix up some of these problems, they can, you know, because they're specifically for that, right? I think it's gonna be harder for them to switch that money over into the police rather than into the actual social programs. So, like, they're backed in a corner because of a very predatory system. Yeah, like that's that's a lot of it. And I mean, it's people get into bad places, things get worse and worse, you know, they get mentally into rough places and they make bad decisions. And you know, it's like, I don't want to say like it's never because like they're a bad person, right? Like there's always, like, even the worst people that you can think of, like serial killers, they're sociopaths, but that's again just like a medical condition, right? Like you can just you know, big Batman talk here, but like you can fix them. You can fix them, or at least care for them, right? And then you don't have those problems, basically. And just, you know, policing at them isn't what's going to fix those problems. But you know, but anyway, so I'm really excited to see what LA does. I'm going to be optimistic. Like I said, I'm always like a realist about the present. Like I don't want to look at things, you know, in a skewed light. I try to look at things as accurately as they are in the current moment, because you don't want to make actions on misrepresentations. But I'm an optimist for the future, and right, because like you can only do as well as you set yourself up for. So I have high hopes, and I kind of want to stick around LA to see what it does and where it goes and how the city changes. But anyway, but yeah, so that's like a decision I kind of made and like kind of set up for myself for this year, and like, you know, reaffirmed that determination that I at least want to stay here that long. I don't know what I exactly do after that. It would kind of just depend. Like, I don't know. Everyone's like, "What's your 5-year plan?" And I'm like, "Man, 5 years is a long time. You have to be a little flexible in that sort of stuff, and you know, because sometimes you need to react to things, you know, to opportunities that might come up." Or yeah, 5 years is like is kind of big. It's like, I don't know, man, I don't know. That's what I kind of learned is like I used to plan ahead, but I kind of changed my mind because, like, you know, from year to year and even in less time, you change your mindset, you grow, you realize new things, you see new opportunities present themselves to you, you try new things, and you know, and new opportunities come from that. It's so much so, like, you have to be a little bit flexible in things. And if you can be, like, I get if you're like, you know, married with like, you know, 3 kids or something and you own a house, like I get that you're not going to be very flexible, but you know, I'm not, so you only really know where you will be after it's already happened. Yeah. You gotta, you know, be willing to react to things that happen, good and bad things. So, you know, I don't really plan too far ahead, but my goal is to at least be in LA through the Olympics, I think. And I'm not like a huge big city person. Like, I always kind of imagine living in New York City, and I really like New York City every time I've been there. But I and there are times where, because I seriously considered, like, I was seriously looking at that as one of my options for moving last spring. And like, it'd be nice, but you know, I don't know. You know, I don't, like I said, I kind of want to, like I mentioned in my like questionnaire video thing, personality test video, like I saw that one road in that one city in New York, in Buffalo, New York. There's this one road and the house. I'm like, this is the type of vibe that I think would be good for me. And so like a neighborhood in a city, I think. So nothing too crazy, still urban-esque, but a little quieter, perhaps, right? But you know, I don't know. That's where I'm at now, and where I've been at for a little while. But you know, who knows? Who knows where things will go? But anyway, for this year, looking back at last year, again, it was a year of tests, a year of challenges being thrown at me, I think, for just personal challenges in a lot of ways, some of them mental challenges more than physical. Like, they're physical challenges. And again, for most people, they're not very significant physical challenges. But for me, I feel like they brought pretty substantial mental challenges with them to kind of overcome. And that was like a test year for me. And I feel like only recently, like I still am kind of in it, but it's just like the tail end of things, right? Like it's not really. I feel like throughout the fall as well, there were still some lingering things, but I feel like I'm getting past that a little bit. And I feel like I overcame those challenges, so success. So that's where I'm feeling like from this year. And so looking into 2025, will it be a good year? I think it'll be better than 2024. And that I feel like 2024, I've had like this like curse on me almost, right? Like this like of like whatever is testing me, right? And 2025, I feel like it's going to be gone. So I have more freedom to succeed, freedom to have, like you don't have that block on you, right? Like you can bring in good things, because I feel like, I kind of like was 2024 was not a year for bringing in good things, right? Like I had like my little good things magnet, right? It was turned off for at least the beginning part of the year, definitely. And through like July. I think July is where things like flipped and I moved, which was a great like refresh, I think, moment. And that changed a lot of stuff. So yeah, so I think the vibe going into 2025 is not fresh start per se, but removed obstacles, right? Like we've just beaten a boss in a game and now we're, loading into the next area, which, I'm sure there'll be bosses ahead, but we have a lot of great new opportunities in this new area for loot, for story development, however you want to look at it. For upping our stats, right? Like we have a lot of opportunities here to explore. And I think that's kind of the new lore. maybe. So we'll see how that turns out. But that's like what I'm feeling now, right? That's the feeling. So, I don't know. I think I did not have a good feeling at the end of last year. Going into 2024, I seem to recall everyone was like, I have a good feeling. And I'm like, yeah, but you guys say that every year. I don't think so, man. I don't know about this. So I did not have a good feeling going into 2024. I actually do remember that. So hopefully I'm right about 2025. We'll say. Hopefully I'm right. Or maybe I'm wrong and it's actually better than I'm expecting. But like I don't know, I guess it's not even that like I'm expecting a certain level of anything. I'm just expecting, like, for me personally, to like have that curse of 2024 removed, like I've had a target on me for negative things, right? Like a bad things talisman, and now it's gone and I'm free. So hopefully good stuff. Reason to hope for the best things. I mean, yeah, but like sometimes, like, I don't know, like your intuition will like tell you, what you think, and intuition is based on our subconscious mind taking in a lot of facts that it is noticing that we consciously aren't. So it's not always completely random, right? It's your brain's ability to process things. So you can always hope for the best, but sometimes you just get a good vibe or not. And like I didn't have a good vibe for 2024. And again, personality types. I'm an INTJ, and my N is the strongest. So N means something different there. Well, no, not really. It means basically the same thing, taking in a lot of information and synthesizing it and projecting further outcomes. Like it's very Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange is like a classic INTJ in that example. And And I also hate, because we're gonna look at horoscopes today. Like I'll mention this now. So horoscopes, I do not believe in horoscopes, like for like zodiac signs and stuff. That's not true. Because there's no reason why, for either personality or what's going to happen to you in the future, because there's no reason for that to be based on your birth. That makes no sense. Because it'd be weird for me and everyone else born between like mid-March to mid-April times, right? Like any Aries, like to go through the exact same things of the year. That makes no sense, and that's really stupid. Just because we're born in that time frame, like there are some aspects of your personality and your life that can be affected by when you're born. Like I get that, you know, but not enough for the zodiac signs to make sense or be real. But MBTI, however, Myers-Briggs stuff, people are like, I don't believe in that, and I don't believe in zodiacs and Myers-Briggs personality. And it's like, why would you not? Zodiac signs tell you things about your personality based on when you were born. Those things are unrelated. But Myers-Briggs asks you a long series of questions about your personality and the way you behave and view life. And then it tells you things about your personality. They are not unrelated. What do you mean? Zodiac signs are just because some people are dumb enough to believe in them. Yeah, I mean, it's fine if they need that, right? Some people need that outside validation in themselves. And like I get that. And that's what, you know, Myers-Briggs is good for too, right? Is sometimes it's nice to have someone confirm things about your personality for you. And you know, input and Myers-Briggs though is only as useful as you are good at how well you actually know yourself, right? Because like you can answer the questions, like if you really want yourself to be an extrovert and you kind of think of yourself as an extrovert and you're wrong, it'll still tell you you're an extrovert, right? So it kind of depends on how well you actually know yourself. I test INTJ every single time. I've taken it professionally through like universities study, like through a university where they do like a psychological study and things, right? I've taken it online in a few different forms. I always get INTJ every single time. The Enneagram, I get different things. I usually get 5. One time I tied exactly 5 and 8. I don't know how that happened, but I usually get 5 or 8, probably leaning towards 5. Oh, hey, Dr. Money Stacks, welcome. Yeah, they ask a lot of questions though for the Myers-Briggs tests, and they're all like, they're asking about concrete things, sort of, or very specific detail, so you can kind of really focus on that detail rather than thinking about the whole picture of your personality. And then, you know, they synthesize that data into an overall holistic view of your personality, right? But like for people who are like, that's just mumbo jumbo, it's made up. What do you mean it's made up? It's literally related. A few months to retake it. Yeah. And again, and it's always gonna, because yeah, I mean, yeah. Myers-Briggs, like the background of it is weird, but like the way the test works and functions, like isn't is like fine. It's just one metric for personality stuff, and it shows a tendency for personality things, right? Like you're not going to always be exactly like that personality type, and it's for your baseline, not how you react to it, right? So a lot of people will adapt, because like I'm an INTJ, and INTJs usually will come off as cool and cold and distant, but I would be very comfortable like that, but I guess, like, I don't know, I have too much anxiety around social situations where I am like, you know, want to be nice and friendly to people. Well, if they talk to me, right? Lore drop. When I was in elementary school, during recess, for one whole year, I made my friends come and invite me to play with them every single day because I didn't want to impose. I would just sit on the monkey bars by myself, and they would come over and say, "Hey, Sel, do you want to play with us?" And I'd be like, "Oh yeah, sure, thanks, I love that." Like every single day. So like you can kind of see like the INTJ in me coming out there. But hey, Drunk Monkey, welcome. So like definitely INTJ behavior, but but I adjust socially for that, because I know people don't like people who, you know, are going to be really cold and distant and stuff. So I try to be friendly and nice and sweet. And that a lot of people describe me as sweet. Is like something that they've always like. That's the common description when people talk, when they write in your yearbooks or they write you a letter. How am I doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Today's an okay day. But anyway, so yeah, so intuition is kind of important. And I think intuition, I have pretty okay intuition, I think. And again, I'm an INTJ and my N is the strongest. So that kind of, and N is already strong for INTJs. So maybe, but also I do have, like, if you look at the metrics, the N is very strong. And I consistently think that way and try to process things that way, of looking at, even consciously looking at a bunch of pieces of information and trying to analyze them, you know, like, I really wish, you know, like how in crime shows they have those like screens that are like 3D and you can like move the things around in the little like 3D box kind of, right? Holographic sort of thing, right? Like that's what I want to do. I wish I could do that physically. Like a holographic 3D box, but like a screen. And that's what I try to kind of do mentally, but like it's a lot to kind of process, and that's, you know, that's what I do consciously about a lot of things. So subconsciously I'm probably, anyway, so the point is my intuition is that 2024 for me was a year of tests and challenges to overcome, and like a boss battle. And now I'm moving on to a new era, fresh start, hopefully with opportunities. So and it kind of lifting the curse that was on me for 2024. I like was stifled and like marked for negativity and bad things, I suppose. But that's been removed, or going to be removed, for 2025. And I feel like, you know, I don't know, weird metaphors, but hopefully you get it. And that's my 2025 mentality, what I'm bringing into the year. Last year at this time, everyone was saying 2024 is going to be such a good year, and I was frustrated because they say that every year. And I don't know, I was very hesitant to say that. I wasn't saying it was going to be a bad year, but I was very hesitant to say it was going to be a good year. And basically my bad year also started pretty much immediately around New Year's time. Like a year ago today, I think. Something like that. So, or maybe yesterday, a year ago yesterday, something like that was when like my challenges began. Or maybe even earlier, because I did get sick right before Christmas. So maybe that's when it kind of hit me. I don't know. But yeah, but this year, I'm feeling like that whatever was looming over me for 2024 is going to be gone, and good things, I hope. But anyway, so let's get into the stuff that's been like a freaking hour of me talking about reflecting on my past year. Let's move on. Okay, I'm gonna make chat. I'm gonna do some things. Chat, you're going away from the screen for a minute. I'm gonna move myself here. Bold moves. But do it for 2025. Look, there I go. Whoosh. Look, you can see what's behind me. It's a corner. Okay. And then I want to show some images here. So our first image is, yeah, this one. Okay. Here we go. It's too big. I didn't adjust it beforehand. Corner reveal. Yeah. Woo. Maybe I'll find a new background at some point. This is just one like I literally just bought from Etsy. I think it was like $20. It was like I think the biggest purchase besides games, the biggest purchase for my stream. So like as far as like VTubers go, right? Like, ooh, how expensive is your model? Blah blah blah. Model free. I think I bought some clothes for my model, but I don't even use those assets. So because something about the mesh doesn't work out or whatever. Like I literally the other week I bought a sweater for my model that I had apparently bought before. Just on I used a different email, and so I have it twice, turns out. it was only a couple dollars, so it's not that big of a deal, but it doesn't, I don't know, it's wonky with the shoulder mesh, and there are no instructions on the booth PM page. So I don't know how to make it, and I'm using the right base mesh that it is a texture over. I just don't know how to fix the problem where there's no like model like body mesh underneath, and I don't know. I think maybe I don't know. I had an idea last night for maybe how to fix it. So maybe new model outfit. Who knows? But it's not like really you can really tell that much because you never. But it'd be a little bit different around the shoulders. But anyway, the point is, yeah, sales goals for 2025, and these are representations of some of them. So here we go. Here we go. Okay. Hopefully I do this in the right order. And I'm probably gonna put this on Instagram later. So. And these are all just separate images, so bear with me as I load them from my downloads folder. I think it's one of the first one. Okay, my first goal. Goal number 1. Yes, here we go. My first goal is positivity. This is a very outlook goal for me. And again, I'm saying these. I know a lot of these are like stream related goals, right? Some of the like more personal, like things that were vaguely related to content creation. Things that are more personal for me, I'm not putting on here, like my fitness goals and stuff like that. Yeah, trusty download folder. Yep, they're all just named, I think, like 2025 goals, and then like, parentheses 1, parentheses 2. Because I had them all in the same Canva, like file, I guess. Anyway, so, actually, let me take a drink. I've been yapping for an hour and I haven't had a drink. Okay. So, these are things that are going to affect my streaming and stuff, right? Like fitness goals, that doesn't have anything to do with you guys or anything, and certainly not work stuff. I don't want to talk about work stuff, but this is stuff for anything related to anything I put online. And also some of them, maybe you can benefit from. Maybe if you want to steal some goals, go ahead, feel free. Okay, so goal number 1, and I'll say also with goals, this is not all of these follow this rule, but goals are things that you should have control over, right? So this should never be like, oh, I want to get like 1,000 followers, right? It should, and you'll see that in some of my things, it should be like, I want to stream this number of hours, right? Or I want to post this number of videos or something, right? Because you can't control how many people watch or follow your content, but you can control how much content you put out there or how much time you spend on making that content or whatever the case is. So yeah, I do have some though that don't follow that rule, and you'll see what it is and why. But anyway, goal number 1 is positivity. I want to try to be more outgoing, hesitate less, and remember that most people don't mind positive comments. I actually was doubting this again today though. But like I, very rarely will like posts even, right? And it doesn't even matter. Like if you like a post on most sites, like likes aren't public. So like no one's even gonna see it but the creator, and like and they're not gonna care because a lot of these people, like, they get like thousands of likes on a post. They're not gonna care that I like their post, but it's good for me at least, because it's important to, and something I was trying to do more in December, I already kind of started on this one, is like if it helps to think more positively about yourself. The only social media I think where you can see likes is Instagram. Yeah, and even then you can turn them off. So, it's, and all the others, I think they're just set off on default. And even subscribing to things, right? There are a lot of creators like I watch and follow, but I wait a long time before I follow them. Like I'll watch them for like a month, like consistently before I follow them on and I'll follow them on one social media, and then like later I'll be like, okay, now I'll follow them on another. Like I don't know why it takes me so long to like, I don't know, it's not like a commitment, but like I don't know, like I'm just like too, I don't know, I'm just nervous. And it's not like they care, and it's not like anyone else cares, but like you can see people's follows and stuff, and that's one thing. On a lot of social media, I think. The one you can't is I think just a Twitch. Twitch, like pretty much you see nothing about nothing. And also YouTube, unless you have your own subscribers visible. You can change that, but otherwise you can't. People can't see who you subscribe to. But yeah, but I don't know. I don't know why I'm like not really worried that people are gonna judge me, but like a lot of times, and I miss though when Twitter did have likes be public, because I kind of use that as like a curation of like these are things I like. And most socials you can disable people. Oh, maybe you can. I just don't. Because again, I tend to like people to see that because it's like I said, a curation of like, hey, these are, this is some stuff I like. And then it helps people learn more about me without me having to like make a post about like, this is stuff I like. Like if someone, because that's something that like I will kind of do, is look through. I mean, I don't bother because usually people follow too many people, to be honest. But, like if you're trying to decide like, hey, do I like this creator or not? You go and you look at their posts and stuff at the very least and kind of think, who are they as, a person? Who are they as a creator? What can, which I realized, something recently, as well, which, and this is, I guess, this kind of goes into it too, is, like I said, like there's some creators I'll talk about and some that I don't really talk about. And I kind of realized I was always trying to describe like how some creators, like I'm really comfortable, like, being in their chats. I'm really well, that's a kind of different thing, but like I'm really comfortable talking about them and like, being a fan of them and like saying that, right? Like a lot of people, like, I don't know, I'm not a follower. I don't really like saying like I'm a fan of things. I don't know, it makes me feel weird. And for a lot of creators, I kind of am like, why like am I so comfortable like hyping these people up, but other people I'm like, ooh, it feels weird if I talk about them. And I'm like, kind of why? And I realized I think it has to do, and I was like, oh, maybe it's why I like them. I like them for, their personality versus for their content, but that's not the case because it's not like I don't like the personality of the people I talk about. I think it's how do I view them, right? Like not like from like a parasocial way, but like do I view them as a content creator or do I view them as a person putting content online, right? Kind of like in a way you view like, your friends who are putting, not like I see myself as friends with them, but like you, or like just other people, like acquaintances in your life, right? Like friends at school and stuff post things back in the, and if you're in school or if you were in school and your friends post content, online, and, like you see them as just other people posting content. And you kind of consider their content like an expression of themselves, or depending on how professionally they take it, more of like an expression of their work. But you don't view them really as a creator per se. You're viewing them as a person and they're posting stuff online, right? For professional or personal purposes. And so some creators, I see them as a content creator, right? And that's how I like mentally just understand them as and view them as. But there are others that I realize I can, and especially LA-based creators, I see less as content creators and more as just people, because I think I relate to them, especially in that, like, they're out there just hanging around the same city as me, kind of makes it on a very similar level for some reason, even though I know they're so much huger than me, right? They're like so beyond my level, but I don't know, like, I mean, because I know like straight up A-list celebrities, right? Like few of them personally, and like I'm not good friends with them, but I know them. And that, like, it kind of is, so I'm not necessarily going to be like, oh, I am on a whole nother level of existence than these people, because I can't bring that into my normal life, because like that'd be weird, because like I know people who either they're like, I know some people are A-list celebrities, people who are like big names, and not big names because you wouldn't really know them. They're like showrunner sorts people in agencies, people who work for networks, stuff like that, right? Studio exec stuff. Yeah, I know those sorts of people. Or people who are very close to those sorts of people. And so it's just weird to put that barrier up, like, but that way, can you imagine it? Yeah, right? Like, it's just like either I see them on not the same level, but I see them more, yeah, as people posting online. And so it's weird for me to be like, oh yeah, I watch this creator, I love them, I love their content, and ooh, I'm the biggest fan. Like, I'm part of their chat community. Like, I don't know, it's just, it feels weird because to me they're just like a person. And I don't mean to be like parasocial, but like, I don't know, it just, it's the way they come off, I think, right? And like, and I know I don't know them, and I know they're not my friend posting content online, but like, I don't know, I feel like they lead with their personality first more than their brand, perhaps, if that makes sense. Or they lead with their personality more than their content. Or if maybe they intentionally tried to do that and it doesn't work for me for whatever reason. Maybe I just relate to them or something, right? Maybe there's something that like I find similar and I'm like, oh, I get it. You feel like me. Maybe that's it. More authentic people? Maybe. But I don't know that that's not necessarily the case. I don't think that's the case. Because there are plenty of people who are still very, very authentic. I think it's like I think it might be an element of relating to people, I think, as well. Because like I said, being in LA is like a big factor in that. Not everyone, obviously. Like there's some LA creators that aren't the case. Like Markiplier is still based in LA, right? Like, but no, Markiplier is like an internet god, right? Like he does not count. Like not a real person for me. He doesn't fall in that category. But like a lot of creators do fall into that category, even though they're much bigger than me. And like I don't know. I think because I relate to them in some way, or relate to them too much in a certain way, and so it's hard for me to like put them on that pedestal, right? Of like, this is a creator, they're like an idol, right? I don't idolize them in any sort of way. I don't know. It's kind of hard to describe still, but I think that's a better job of it than I did before. Cause it's not like what I like them for. Cause it's not like I don't like their content, and it's not like I might even like their content more than them as a person, you know, or like what little I know, because I might not even know enough of them as a person, but it might just be enough for me to feel like, I don't know, empathize with in some way more than other creators, I guess. I don't know. Again, kind of hard to describe, but yeah, but and especially those people are harder to interact with online, I feel like, because I see them as a person and a person who I don't know. Whereas opposed to if they lead with their brand and I see them as a creator, like I'm more inclined to engage with their content. I'm more inclined to chat in their chats. I'm more inclined to talk about them, to, you know, like their comments, reply to their comments, because you know, I see them comfortably as a creator, like, you know, but these other creators that are more I see as people posting online, and like doing amazing stuff and rocking at it, but I see them as, you know, people posting online, and but I don't know them, right? Which, like, you know, like it'd be weird if like there's a kid, like imagine you're going to school, another kid has social media, and you're like constantly posting on their posts, but like you never talk with them, you don't know who they are, you've never met them, you just think like you can't. It's like being a fan of someone in your school, like that's weird, you know. So I don't know, I feel like it's weird to go about that. So I don't know, but I know I shouldn't like let that block me per se from like, that's why the positivity thing here. I'm going to be more positive regardless. And because I know like the creators, like they don't take it personally. They see themselves as creators. They see themselves as the brand with like their accounts and things. And like, I don't know, and even worst case scenario, like as long as you're not creepy about it, but if you like say positive and like, you know, recognize like how, you know, what the creator's comfortable with and stuff, but like, you know, as long if you just say like nice things, they're not going to dislike it, you know. They're not going to dislike you liking their post. They're not going to be upset that you commented something that's nice and like not weird or anything, right? Like they're, and especially if you just keep it to like, you know, just positive comments and stuff, because again, that's important for like me to be positive and put that positive energy out, because like it kind of, you almost train yourself. You're kinder to yourself when you get in the habit of being kind to other people, right? Because like if you're always kind to other people and then you look at yourself, you're more likely to give yourself those same kind comments and stuff. So I think that would really help me to have those opportunities to be kind to other people too. Yeah, being in a positive mindset, and you kind of have to like put out that energy, and I too often hold back on that energy, and so I'm gonna trust that people like don't mind as much, I mean, as much as I think they do, right? So again, today I was already in a place I'm like, ooh, no, 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 I don't think they, no, you know, I was like, they don't want that. People don't want that. People don't want that. They don't want me bothering them. They don't, you know, they don't care. You know, this doesn't really boost their numbers. It's not really worth it. They don't care. They don't care. Like, I want to be nice. I want to, like, you know, just do something nice, say something nice, a nice little positive comment that's like a nice little treat, you know, that might help their day. I don't, you know, but they don't care. They don't care. That doesn't matter to them. It's just a bother that they have to read it or something, or that like they feel like they have to read it even, or you know, whatever. And I want to try to overcome that. You know, I was already in that mindset earlier today, and then I tried to stop, and I was like, nope, nope. Remember your goal, Sal. Remember your goal. So, I'm gonna try to be better about that this year. Is my goal. Just to be nice, because again, it helps. Like, you know, I post things online, and it means a lot when people say nice things to me, actually. Like, what was it? There was a comment that I got on a video last night that like was, I don't know, like I get a lot of these comments and it makes me really happy. They said like I mean, people say like my model's cute, and like that's fine or whatever. I don't know. Thanks, I guess. It's just a V. I mean, not to like downplay it, but it's just a Vroid model, and it's not that creative or exciting or unique. You know, like, I don't know. But it's not like I drew it myself or anything. So I don't know. That's, like, I'm glad you like it, I guess. But they said my voice was stupidly soothing, and I was like, oh man, that's so nice. And like I get that from a lot of people, and that actually really helps, and it helps me like try to figure out what I want to do with content as well, because it's like nice knowing what people like about the content I post, right? And like how they view me and how they want to consume my content, right? And like I've gotten a lot of that before, was like even on my old channel, I've gotten from people, they watch my videos because it's like they're having a conversation, even though it's just like video essay style stuff. They're like, oh, they really liked having my videos on in the background just to watch because it felt nice. It felt like they're having a conversation and it felt good. And they were interested. They liked seeing that I'm interested in things. They liked learning about something new. They liked hearing a particular story about something. They just liked my voice. They found relaxing, is a comment I get a lot, which I don't know. I mean, I can kind of hear it, right? And actually, okay, no, actually, well, pieces are coming together right now as we speak. One of the things that I am most critical at myself about is that I feel like I'm not very dynamic as a, like, not creator, is I don't want to say entertainer either, but like as someone on your computer screen or your phone screen, I feel like I'm not very dynamic or engaging compared to like a lot of other creators, right, who are like they're all over the place shouting and stuff, and you know, it's very calm, it's overwhelming, so it's nice to do other stuff with the stream in the background. Okay. Yeah, a lot of people say that. And but like, yeah, it's one of the things that I'm pretty critical of myself about, because I'm like, man, I must sound really boring, you know. Other people are so much more exciting, right, when they stream. And I know, like, I don't like, you know, scream a lot during horror games and stuff, and I know that's the point of horror games. A lot of people like watching horror streamers because of the way they react to all the scares, I guess, and I don't. And so I'm like, what's the point of me playing horror games? Because no one's gonna want to watch that. And just like in general, I'm like, I'm probably like really boring. And but people say that they find it relaxing and that they like it, and like I really like hearing that. Because it's nice to know that I have some value in what I do, and the way I talk, I guess, which I never really thought it was like a particular way, but it's nice to like I never even viewed it as like the way I talk, right? I kind of viewed it as just me being boring and not very exciting. But having people say like, oh, the way you talk is calming, is nice, because like it views it on I'm not boring state, because like the different rants that go on, it's nice because most people are hyper focused on the game. Yeah, okay, that's good. I feel like, I don't know, sometimes I don't focus enough on the game, but like, I don't know, I don't like streamers that are too focused on the game, right? The rants make for a really good podcast. See, well, this is what I start saying at the beginning of stream, actually, is I don't before my like resurgence into streaming like regularly in August, I was terrified of talking for too long. That was one of the biggest things. I didn't like eating on stream, and I didn't like taking breaks. Terrified taking any sort of break during a stream, and I was terrified of talking for too long. Like I did not have like a like just chatting portion, like, you know, before or at the end of streams or anything like that. I was so scared to do that because I was like, no one's gonna want to stay for that. Everyone's gonna run away. And you know, they just want to. If people want me to play the game, and I need to play the game and focus on the game, being calm isn't boring. It's just okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and like I don't know, like it's as long as like people like it and can find value in it, right? Like that's feels good, right? Like as long as you're like, oh no, it's calm, and I find it calming and soothing and relaxing, and it's like, oh good, I'm glad that like it has a positive effect, right? Is all I really care about, is like do people like it? Is it, because that's when I heard like people react to my videos on my old channel about like, they're like, oh, I really like it because, you know, I can put your video on, and, you know, if I'm like, you know, just want to, you know, it just helps me feel like I'm in a conversation with someone, and it's nice to hear you talk about things, and, you know, like I don't know, hearing that it made them feel better was pretty a huge motivator back when I was making those videos, and part of what like helped me come back as a VTuber is getting, you know, that feedback from way back when, and kind of still, you know, I still think about that and still hold on to that as motivation when I need it, and kind of, you know, the same now, hearing this stuff from you guys, of course, is very helpful too, and you know, and again, it kind of also helps affect the type of content I make, and especially when people are saying that, then it makes me feel more confident that I don't like have to just focus on the game, and I can talk about things and go on rants and stuff, because like I said, I my thing about streaming is I like community. I came from streams where it's a lot of hanging out, a lot of chatting and talking about stuff, people just like having fun, as long as chat's like incorporated as like one of the entities in the room having fun per se, then it's, I don't like watching people have fun when I'm like you know, when chat's excluded. I don't like being in those chats, you know, because I don't want to watch other people have fun. I want to be in on the fun, and as long as that's the case, you know, that's like the background I come from. Like they would play games, but it's like play games with chat, you know, and everyone's just chilling and hanging out, and you'll go off on tangents and rants and stuff like that, because that's just, you know, the part of, you know, building connections with your community, and that's what I liked about streaming and kind of what I wanted to do as a streamer, but I was way too scared to do that, or maybe not scared, but like, you know, I told myself that it'd be a bad thing, and I've started doing that, obviously, more and more, but like, you know, it's, I'm not getting a lot of negative feedback, so that's good. And but I do know that's one thing for me that I'm realizing puts me off of streams, though, is if I jump into a stream to try out a new streamer and they are like just chatting, I tend to actually not stay, right? Like as a new viewer, I pull away from that because I'm like, I don't know this community, I don't know this person, I feel really out of place right now. Having the game is really helpful for at least me as a new viewer, because like, ooh, I'll, you know, the game, it's like a shared interest, a common thing between me and the rest of the community in the stream I'm viewing, and it's less intimidating, right, that way, and more comfortable, and I can focus on the game and then like I don't have to be all in, right? It's not 100% dependent on my opinion of the streamer, right? Yeah, you feel the same way? Yeah. Because like a lot of times I'll go in and like there's streamers I watch now that I like was aware of years ago, and I would pop into their streams and be like, oh, how are they doing? What's up with this streamer these days? But they would always be in, and I get that they play games, but I for some reason would always catch them when they're like just chatting, and I would be so off-putting. I didn't realize it was off-putting, but I'd go into their stream, kind of hang around and be like, I feel kind of uncomfortable here, and then I'd leave. Um, and you know, it's not until I actually, honestly, what's picked me back, TikTok has picked me back up for a lot of them, because like they'll share a bit of their, just a snippet of their personality on TikTok, and I'll see one TikTok, usually like 2 or 3, and then I'll be like, you know, who'll show up after I watch the first one and I enjoy it, and then a couple more. And then I'm like, oh, wait, actually, the streamer's pretty fun. Let me check out their stream now. And I will skip the just chatting portions and go to the gameplay, right? And then on their VODs and watch that. And then if I decide, no, actually, they're pretty cool, then I watch more of them. And then eventually the just chatting parts are my favorite parts, right? Because like now I'm comfortable with the community and the streamer and everything. And like, you know, I get, you know, I have like, you know, enough ground to start with, I guess, to understand things or something. I don't know. Anyway, but the point is that like I need to remember that I like positive comments, not creepy ones, you know, not creepy ones. Creepy things are what made me not want to post online back on my old channel, right? So, you know, creepy comments aren't great. I'm not planning on making creepy comments. But you know, or overstepping, you know, I'm still gonna be, I think I'm very like careful and conservative about what I say, right? Like I know I'm still gonna be that creepy person who is fun, yeah. And even like sometimes, you know, it's kind of coming down to understanding the creator and like what they're comfortable with, right? Like some creators really like a lot of certain type of comment, others don't. Some like feedback, some like, oh, I really liked this one thing you did, it was my favorite part. Others don't. You know, others like advice, others don't. You know, I feel fewer like advice. But even like saying like, oh, I really like this one part of the stream, it was my favorite part. You know, that could hit perfectly with some creators. They'd be like, oh, wonderful, great, I love that you loved that. They like the specifics, they like knowing what people like, they like the level of detail and attention that you've given them by giving a specific detail, but other people don't like that, right? Because it feels like, you know, you're asking too much, you're too controlling, it's like a little cringe because you're making specific references to, you know, whatever you watched, and you know, I don't know, it's you know, it kind of depends, you know, and playing it safe until you know the creator more and more and stuff. But like I probably won't say this sort of stuff, but you know, at the very least liking comments, you know, and like maybe less, probably still less publicly for stuff. Again, for the people I see as like more creators, I'll probably be more like try to support them more open, maybe, I don't know. Actually, I'm already getting scared now that I think of it. But especially the ones I see as people posting content, like I still want to be positive to them as well, but I don't know if I want to be, you know, like making all sorts of replies on Twitter or anything, right? Retweeting their content all the time and stuff like that. Like that's not the vibe. Or talking about them a bunch or anything, again, just because I still do see them. Like again, it's weird for me and I don't want to make it weird for me, but you know, just kind of at least, you know, liking their stuff. And I don't know, because I know how they see themselves, right? They see themselves as a content creator in the situation. Other people, like, I don't know, because there are some people who, I guess also because I don't want to look like, because you know, the people who like are clout hungry and stuff, and like that always feels very uncomfortable, and or people who like, they're not parasocial. I feel like there's less parasocial stuff that goes on than than clout chasing stuff. And I don't know, it feels weird, and I don't wanna, like, I don't want, because honestly, because a lot of times, like, if you reply to someone on Twitter, like, that post gets a lot more views, right? And like, I don't want to use people for clout and stuff. So, you know, whether or not it looks like you're being clout hungry, like, there is an element where it does give you more clout, and I don't really want that. So, sort of thing is really see a lot of times your tweets, because they pop up when you open Twitter. It feels weird replying people. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It's just it's weird sometimes. And so, you know, so a lot of it, the support might be like behind the scenes. Like maybe like I'll like, you know, gift a sub or something, if I feel like it, or, you know, whatever. And I mean, and depending on the creator, there are a few times some creators where like I did like back in the day, like again, don't really want to say who, because again, there are people who post content and I feel weird. But like one of the Geek and Sundry hosts, like one time they were dealing with a lot of you know, one of their posts of an area where they are a nerd expert about, sort of, right? Like one of their nerd subjects. They got into some drama with, you know, toxic side of that fandom. And they were dealing with a lot of unfair backlash and hate from a lot of toxic people. And who are vaguely racist and misogynist and that sort of stuff. And, you know, I sent them a DM because I didn't want to put myself in that fire, and I sent them a DM and they replied back and we talked about it a little bit, and like they appreciated the support. And I was like, oh, okay, I thought I might be being weird by being like, hey, you know, I've been following you for a couple years. I just want to let you know you're doing a good job, and like don't let it get to you and stuff. And I was like, am I overstepping? Am I overstepping? But they were like, oh, thanks. I really appreciate hearing that. That actually means a lot right now. And like, they're people, you know, and they need to hear that stuff too. So, it's not, and I think it kind of goes two ways. Like, they're people, but also like I'm also a person, I guess. Like, I don't know. Sometimes it's so easy to like put yourself below other people, right? And so like that's why you go like on my other account. I'm pretty sure, because I don't think it's mine, but my biggest proud, you know how you have that person who follows you and you're like, that's, you know, your biggest like not claim to fame, but you know, you have that one follower, right, where you're like, oh my gosh, so and so follows me, right? On my other account is Chris Perkins, from Wizards of the Coast, right? The DM for Acquisitions Incorporated and all that sort of stuff, and he followed me on my other account, which was so cool. He was following like 700 people at the time. Now he follows a ton more, so like I was still like an early follow, and it was really cool because then a little like you know, several months later, someone asked him like, oh well, why do you follow the people you do? And he's like, because either I think they're funnier than I am, they're smarter than I am, or I think they make the world a better place. And that was like the coolest thing ever. I was like, oh my gosh. But anyway, but like he would sometimes like, you know, reply to my tweets or like my tweets and stuff. I'm like, oh my gosh, right? Because they show up on his timeline, and like it just, you know, but it was really good because it made me feel like, wait, like I'm an actual like person, like I'm on the same level as these people. He can like my posts, like, you know, it was really cool. Is like, you know, getting that validation from bigger accounts too is sometimes really nice, because it reminds you that like, hey, like they don't see me as less than them necessarily, so you know, they're not going to be like, why is this worm liking my post? Right? Like, I don't know, it's sometimes you get into these weird mindsets, right? But like I just need to, point is positivity, right? Positivity doesn't hurt, and if it does, then like that's on them, right? Like, as long as you're just being genuinely nice and they get upset about it, like, dude, that's on them. That's on them. Maybe I should, you know, then they deserve to feel upset about that, I think. Unless, like, you know, unless you're being creepy or weird about stuff, but, you know, as long as you're, like, staying it pretty safe. Down-earth creators are always so nice to talk to. Yeah, it's like, I value that so much in a creator. Right? Like that's such a green flag. Not even a good, I don't know. That's So big. That's so big. But yeah, yeah. Well, because it kind of goes to like what I was saying with like over the past, I don't know, a few months, at least throughout the fall, right? I was noticing, because it's just something I never noticed before, but a lot of creators will be like, they'll say creators, but they don't mean people like me. They'll say VTubers, but they don't mean me, right? They don't make you feel like you're less than anything, or anything less than they are, and it doesn't get to them, and so refreshing. Yeah. Like, yeah, a lot of people say like, oh yeah, well, VTubers, but like they don't count small VTubers, right? They only mean agency VTubers, and even not any agency, right? They mean bigger agency VTubers, or big indie creators, or they, people say creators, and like I think it's so interesting when people will have like a Minecraft server, right? And or any other sort of like larger scale, like game or something, and people in chat will ask, hey, can I join this? And the response of the streamer is, oh, it's a creator only server. And it's like, how do you know that chatter isn't also a content creator? Like I get they don't, and I get it, like, just say like, oh, this is only for my friends, or oh, I don't really feel comfortable inviting you if I don't know you or something, right? Like or oh, you'd have to ask the person in charge of the server or something like that. But saying it's only for creators is like, oof, wow. So that means because you don't know who this person is and you don't recognize their name, that means they don't count as a creator. And like I get it. They mean this is only for bigger creators or creators that we're friends with. But, it's just, I don't know. And maybe I just sound stupid being a smaller creator myself, trying to be validated. But, it's, I mean, you're a creator if you're a good creator. And if you're a VTuber, if you're a VTuber. And the issue isn't with you aren't a VTuber, you aren't a creator. It's that they didn't choose the right words, right? And that they don't view you as enough. And I hate that. That sucks. Or streamers who act like they're better than their, God, I hate streamers that act like they're better than their chat. There are a few times where I've been in chats with streamers who will insult their chat, make fun of them for watching Twitch, which is insane. Because honestly, creators who watch other content are also such green flags. Whether they, watch other streams, or whether they watch like YouTube videos, or like whatever, it makes them seem so ungrateful. Yeah, and also like, because are they really above it? Because if they're a creator who doesn't watch other creators, like it's one thing to be like, oh, support other creators, right? Fine, they'll support their friends and stuff, sure. But if they don't actually watch the content or the medium in any form, which is like for streamers, online, I'll do online video creation in general, right? If they don't actually engage in any of that, like what are they doing? Right? Like they don't actually like watching content? Do I now trust them as someone to make content if they don't? It's like being a writer, but you hate reading. Like you're like, I hate books, but I'm a writer. Like, really? So, or like a musician who hates listening to music. They're like, oh yeah, I don't spend any time listening to music. If I'm in a car, no, silence. And I mean, it's fine if they have it for like artistic reasons or whatever, but like, if they're like, I think watching streams is a waste of time, I think watching YouTube is a waste of time, I don't watch any videos, I don't do any of that, it's a waste of time, go out and get a life. It's like, wow, okay, you don't value the content, you don't value the medium, right? And it's like, if you don't value the medium, how am I going to trust you as a creator of that medium? So I that always really, really bothers me. Even if it's just little offhand jokes, like, oh, because I have a life, unlike my chat or something. Like it's so, I hate it so much. It's so off-putting. But anyway, the point is that positivity. We have other goals to get to, but you can be positive. You can be positive, and it's probably okay. It's more okay than I think it is the moral there. Okay. Okay, I think we're on this one. Yeah, okay. Goal number 2. This is, hold on, I need a drink. I have 7 goals. Goal number 2. And this is the one that is a kind of unfair one because I don't have a lot of control over it, but I might also change this, but charity. So you guys know where this is coming from, is especially since Dora died recently, and I was really, really upset. Oh, actually, hold on, let me change this real quick. I want to show you another image first. We'll come back to that one. This one? Yeah, okay. So this I posted on my Instagram. It's a little board I made in my oh no. Okay. Actually, hold on. I wanna open a different image, I think. So that I can change it. Yeah. Okay. These are my goals I made when I like restarted streaming here in the fall. These were like a little board I made for myself in my apartment of my like streamer goals, just to kind of refocus on, you know, when I was getting back into streaming more regularly, like what was I looking for. And you can see there right at the top, charity stream for my faves, and you can see room to read and Dora, unfortunately. Oh, which by the way, update on Dora's stuff. So on Saturday she was supposed to have her burial and they postponed it, and then on till Monday. And the reason is because they wanted to do a post-mortem, like autopsy, but they didn't have a pathologist local to the village, so they couldn't do it by Saturday. And originally they were going to, but then they postponed it to Monday, and the pathologist came in on Monday and did the post-mortem. I haven't seen the results yet. They weren't up as of yesterday. But and the burial happened Monday afternoon in Zambia. There is a lot of drama currently. From again trying to, there are I'm so mad. There are a lot of accounts on TikTok. You know, once you like a few posts about Dora on TikTok, you keep getting more of them. But there are certain accounts, Zambian news accounts, some of them, who are like, they're taking old clips where she said she had stomach problems and cramps and things like that. They're making it out to be. They're not saying it was her, like, you know, what she died from, but they're making it sound like it was more recent, right? And it's spreading a lot of misinformation, and it's very frustrating to see. But they're doing it, of course, for the clout, right? And posting all sorts of things. There are clearly people in her life. There are some people who are on the ground in Mapapa in Zambia who are posting videos, and I am not so sure about the spirit of all of those videos. A lot of it feels like they're in it for clout. And it'd be different if I knew they were directly involved with her with her nonprofit and her school, and if I knew the money would be going into that. But I do not think that that's the case, unlike Dora's account. So so on the one hand, that is clearly happening. And then on the other hand, we have so there's the locals in Mapapa, like her colleagues that she worked with at her school, her team, and then there's her family. Now, a lot of the information, people are like, oh, her sister said, her family said. Now, apparently, though, she had said, and people finally shared some of the posts and stuff, that she was not very close with her family, and she had, for the most part, cut them off. They are a little clout hungry, and she did not want them involved with her life after her death. But here they are in Mapapa trying to gain things from this. However, so that's one, or it seems to be the case, and people on her team are complaining that they are caring more about her belongings. Like, they're trying to get her iPhone and stuff like that, and get her belongings. However, on the flip side, it seems one of the biggest things that they have been doing was they were the ones who postponed the burial and brought in a pathologist because they want a post-mortem. And it's her team and the locals in Mapapa that do not want a post-mortem, from what I could gather. It's also apparently local, and again, I'm saying apparently all the time, right? Because I don't know. But apparently, some people have said, it's local custom to be buried within 3 days of death. So I can see if they are really pushing for a local custom to be buried, the burial be on Saturday since she died on Wednesday. However, uh, you know, it's, perhaps you can break custom a little bit. There are a lot of customs that Dora was going against in Mapapa, for instance, right? So perhaps we don't need to do the customs. And her family though really wanted a postmortem to be done, but her team did not, which is suspicious to a certain extent, right? Again, it could just be local custom things, but also her team does not kind of being so pushing so hard against a postmortem to rush the to rush the burial. And her family though being there to want to do a postmortem. And it sounds like of her belongings, like for instance, asking for her iPhone, it seems like they're very suspicious about her death, and they want it investigated and looked into. And perhaps they're just doing it for clout, but I also understand there were a lot of people around her, maybe not in her immediate team, but also like maybe in her immediate team, right? Like it's suspicious, right? Like it is kind of weird, and it doesn't hurt to look into it. And especially when it's something like this where it deals with issues where if it is people being hateful to her for the work she did, it's kind of important to know that there is that hate there so that people can be aware of the work that needs to be done. I mean, people already know that there was the hate about the work that she did, but if it ended up in her death, like I feel that's an important part of her story, right? And I understand where her family's coming from in wanting to do an investigation and see, and if they want her belongings to investigate, and if they want to delay the burial to do a postmortem, I fully understand where they're coming from for that. Other people though are saying that like it's suspicious of the family to want, or they're actually misreading things and they're assuming the family wanted it rushed because they want to villainize the family because they're seeing the accounts of her team that are saying to not trust the family and things like that. So anyway, that's where that's coming from. So I am not sure we'll see how this plays out. But again, I would have liked to do a charity stream in future for Dora's school still. But I am unsure about what's going down in Mapapa right now. I don't know who is trustworthy, who is not, and it's a little and there's a whole subset of people that are making it about race too, which is bizarre to me because everyone there is black. And they're like, yeah, well, no one protects black women. Dude, I don't know, man. They're all black women there. I don't this isn't, but they're Americans saying this, right? So it's maybe they just don't know who Dora is. They don't know, but it's a weird angle to take it because it makes it bizarrely about themselves in a way that has nothing to do with Dora. Sounds like complicated mess, but the family get what they want. It sounds so weird. Yeah, like, I mean, assuming the family it sounds like, based on the actions of the family, it sounds like they actually have good interests in mind. Maybe they are also cloud hungry, I don't know, but it sounds like the moves they're making I have no problems with personally. Not like it's my business, but I'm like okay with them asking for this stuff. But yeah, so I want to see how all this plays out. So, because I don't know, like, if I'll trust, because that's one thing that, like, you could kind of trust Dora because she showed you the improvements that were being made. And if she was hoarding money for herself, like, I don't know where that money was going because she wasn't benefiting from it because she was there in Zambia all the time, right? It's not like she was flying off on vacations and stuff like that. And if she was, then in a way, good, because it was rough doing what she did. Clearly, she died of it one way or another, whether it's access to medical care or, violence of the local community or whatever. Like, whatever the case is, it was rough. And it's clear that she wasn't using it to, like, profit big or anything like that. So, and regardless, changes were happening, things were happening for the good, and you saw that. But I don't know, so you could trust her to a certain extent, which is why I really liked that, because again, Dora was up there, and Room to Read nonprofit is up there, because again they have a very high rating for charity audits, and they're a very trustworthy nonprofit. Even compared to a lot of them, like American Red Cross and things like that, are a little sketchy in a lot of ways. Like a lot of popular charities are a little, they're less transparent, right? And so you don't fully know where your money's going or how it's being spent, or if it's being spent on good things. Room to Read at least audits well, but you gotta go. Okay, well, thanks for stopping by, Knuckle. Happy New Year. But Room to Read at least audits well. So even if it's, again, I can't see where all the money is going and I can't see all the benefits that are happening from the money, you at least have someone who looked into it, I guess. But at Bedora, though, you didn't have that, but you saw where it was going, right? There's another charity I really like, is some teas that I buy, a brand of tea. I forget the name of it at the moment. It's like Akiri or something. It means to work in Swahili. And they're based, I think, in Kenya. And they, empower local populations to run tea farms. But, hopefully in a non-exploitive manner. They say that they go to the ground and they visit themselves, the founders of this tea. They make the tea, and the tea fronts are like banana leaf artwork, which I really like, that are handmade by locals and stuff. But and so it's empowering them with good employment and things like that, and bringing money from outside world into their local economies, which is really great. But they do not post enough from the ground like Dora did, and they're not big enough to be audited. So they need, like, I think it's $200,000 profit, not profit, but charity profit, or be valued at a certain amount in order to be eligible for the audits. So I don't know actually if it's good or not. So that's why they're not up here. I do love them, but I might, I would talk about them, but I wouldn't fundraise for them because I can't guarantee where the money is. So I'm very careful with charity streams, because again, there's a lot of misuse of charity funds quite often, and siphoning of monies, and it's quite often pretty sketchy. So I try to do my best to pick ones that are trusted and areas of interest for me. So I'm not sure about doing it for Dora's school, just because I'm not sure I trust what, at least currently, I don't trust what's going down in the village. Maybe in future that'll change. We'll see. But otherwise, Room to Read, I don't think Room to Read is going anywhere, unlike Dora apparently, but I didn't think Dora was going anywhere either, so so I'd like to, anyway, but that was like one of my goals, charity stream for my faves. Have an audience for my stories, have fun with an OC, which, I don't know, I'm kind of leaning less on that one, because I don't know anyone cares, but audience for my stories, we'll see. And then excuse to play games, and then maybe make friends, who knows, socialize. But anyway, this was like my little like streamer goals. Just to help me visualize like what I'm shooting for. Like, why am I streaming? Right? What do I get out of it? This is kind of what my vision was. Okay, so now back to this one. So, oops, I gotta to change that back. What was this one? Yeah, okay. All right. So, goal number 2 is charity. I want to grow enough for a charity stream. Again, it doesn't, like, at this point, doing a charity stream, we just wouldn't raise enough. And it'd just be sad and disappointing for everyone involved, I think. Me and for the community. If we try to raise $50 and we raise 40 or something, right? Like, that's just sad. Oh, hey, Mod Pies. You saw my VODs about Serbrand a while ago. It was very chill and fun. Unfortunately, can rarely be on my streams. Oh, so it's 3 a.m. your time. Well, thanks for stopping by at 3 a.m. Well, thanks. Be patient. Luck will be with those who are skillful, agile, kind, patient, and very responsible. Be happy and don't bother your head with all sorts of nonsense. Don't take life too seriously, because life is weird and stupid, and you can do weird and stupid things too. Who cares? That's really nice. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by and saying that. Happy New Year to you too. Hopefully you remember those words and take them to heart yourself. And I'm glad you at least watched the VODs. Yeah, I might stick around for summertime, because I work on an academic calendar, so I tend to have a good portion of the summer off of work, so I might be doing a lot of earlier streams at that point in time as well. Kind of, we'll see. Talk about that in a bit. We have later goals to get to. So the charity stream, like I said, I want at least 20 average viewers, I think, for a charity stream. But we'll try. It'll still be a small goal. Because it's still not like a whole lot of people to like bully money out of. But it's it's right now we wouldn't do much, I don't think. And I don't want it to be a sour point for people involved, right? It's supposed to be fun and exciting, and you're supposed to feel good about it. And in addition, I mean, obviously the most important thing is to do good for whatever charity, like Room to Read, for instance, which is probably what we would do it for our charity stream. And it's good to do good, right? And that's always important, but it's also kind of important to have fun, right? And like for our end too. That's why we do it as a stream, and why you don't just donate, right? So if it's not fun, then it kind of ruins it. And usually it's not fun. If it's not fun, you're also not actually, getting that much to donate. So it kind of, I don't know, everything about it is just kind of negative. And I don't want to bring that negative energy, right? It really ruins a lot. So it could be different if it were like, oh, I don't want to bring negative energy, like I would for like $20,000 for charity, sure, but like not if we're gonna donate like $50 for charity. It's not worth that negativity, I don't think, in the long run, right? So when the viewer goal is reached, we'll do a charity stream. Either during the summer, if I get to 20 average viewers by then I doubt it. I'll actually show my numbers here in a bit, so you can kind of know where we're at. Because not just me, right? As a community, these are our new goals. I've decided for you guys. I'm telling you, these are our goals. Some of them are just on me, but some of them are our goals. Our goals. Just, yeah. But so when the viewer goal is reached, either during the summer or in December, because I need to be off for long enough, I think, to do a proper, longer stream for it. And we will do a charity stream. So this is a goal though that I don't have control of, right? I don't have control over how many viewers I have. But yeah, I'll have stream goals a little in a couple slides, but for right now, this is like a big goal for me. Again, coming off of Dora's death, and again in December being frustrated with myself, then coming up on my stream anniversary and being a little bit more in a reflective mood, and then being hit with Dora's death and realizing that we can't raise money for her anymore. We missed our chance. That kind of, like I said, now I'm refocusing. I really want to do this. And like you saw, it was my top goal on my other chart that I made like in September or something like that. So I want to do this, yeah. So it's still a goal, even if I don't have control over when we'll be able to do it. I still want to keep it there, just for, having it in mind, like know that I want to. And it'll then kind of feed the other goals I have to do those in order to achieve this goal and get our average viewer count up, and then do that, right? Like, I don't know. Anyway, next one, is, this one, is just, this is a me goal, more like, art stuff. I want to, spend more time doing art things. I want to post more digital art on Instagram, and like, using whatever, I don't know, a lot of tutorials, I've been doing a lot of tutorials and stuff, just, to try to learn skills and things, and doing like, well, a lot of things I've been posting actually recently have not been tutorials. They're just me, that's why they're not good. But I want to post more digital art on Instagram, and maybe some of the tutorials, but again, those are tutorials, so they don't really count, because of course they look nice. People told you how to do it. But either Procreate, or maybe try and Clip Art Studio, or, I don't know, any sort of 2D digital painting, sketching, art, blah, blah, blah stuff, right? Then post more 3D, Blender, or Unity designs on Instagram too. I have a couple of those up. I think the little hourglass thing and the island thing on my Instagram. And so those will probably go on Instagram. Maybe I'll post them on a Twitter if I like am really happy with them or something. But that sounds like, good excuse to post stuff on Instagram. So that stuff will go up there. Just to kind of, like, I don't know, not to hold me accountable, but it's nice to be able to post things somewhere, to feel like you didn't just draw it and now it just sits like on your iPad, and like, what are you gonna do with it now, right? Or same thing with like you know, Blender or Unity while you're practicing and learning, and you did it, hooray, you finished the tutorial, but now what? Now what do you do with it, right? So like I want to be able to get good to create, you know, I don't know, stream assets, or to you know, I don't know, make game stuff and things. I'll talk about that later. But you know, but on the little trial runs along the way, what do? Well, I'm holding myself to post them online. I don't know, just because content. I don't know, man. Look, wait, I'm trying to get to 20 average viewers for a charity stream, okay? I need to post more content. And then also practice piano and guitar more again. I don't think I'm going to be able to get to like writing music, but at least like for like this part of like just chatting music and stuff, like I'm just playing video music. I'd like DMCA free stuff. And like if I could just, you know, write little simple music pieces, and at first, you know, practicing piano and guitar more would be a good start. And then moving to, I don't know, learning more about the production aspect so I can actually make them digitally, probably. I don't know. We'll see. But you know what? I need to do this anyway for just myself. So, and yeah. So, those are goals that I have for that. It's not really too interesting. Pretty straightforward. Okay. This one's the exciting one. Ooh, we're getting exciting ones now. Okay, and this is like a little bit of announcement, sort of. All right. Here we go. So this is something I want to do. It's not that big of a thing, but you know, I don't know. Is for all my YouTube viewers, second channel on YouTube, Television. It's already up. You subscribe to it if you would like. I want to do a book club. This is I know someone mentioned this back in like early December, doing booktube. I wouldn't consider it booktube, but I've been thinking since September or so maybe that I do want to have like a little book club where like I read and other people can read along too. Our first book, I'll make posts about this, but our first book of the year for January will be monthly, and I'll make a video about it. Like I'll read the book and make a video about it to post on YouTube by the end of the month. And then we'll probably chat about it either on my YouTube or like in like Discord or something maybe. I don't know if I'd do a stream, maybe a portion of a stream about it, because I'm not sure I can get enough people to read. But don't worry. Our first book, if you want to get started now, is going to, for January 2025, is going to be Piranesi by Susanna Clark. And it's kind of short. It's like 250, not 250, like it's 200 pages, something like that. It's like, yeah, it's like 200, 210, something like, I don't know. I have it right over here. I could look at it, but oops, ouch, I hit my elbow. But I'm not going to. Because I'm pretty sure it's around like 210 or something like that. So it's not very long. And it's a kind of, I don't know, it feels like a pretty small book. So it has like a lot of like smaller sections to it, right? Rather than like big, long, intense chapters, right? It's like little bite-sized bits. So I know that's pretty easy to read for a lot of people. So even if you're not a big reader, you can kind of get in on it, at least with this book, and maybe it'll kind of, and I'm trying to go easy on people to start with, and do kind of like smaller, easier reads, because I know not everyone reads a whole lot. So smaller, easier reads to kind of get you back into it. You have the whole month to read it. You know, obviously you don't have to if you don't want to, but I would encourage you to read along with me. I've already read this book, but I really like it. So I was like, I'll read it again, because again, it's a shorter book. I'm not sure what I do for February. This is kind of encouraging me to go out. I need to go out to a bookstore sometime here, and go to Barnes & Noble and browse around, I think. And well, I've wanted to do that anyway. Like, I don't know, I love, you know, it's so nice to go to Barnes & Noble, walk around, see what books there are in person, because on Amazon the algorithm gets you, right? Or not even the algorithm, it's their own popularity contest and their poor tagging system for books. And so for me, it's sometimes really hard to find books that I like online. Or your book seems really interesting, but it's self-published, which means it could be really good, or it could actually be not good, and it might play into fan favorite tropes, and that's why it's popular. But from a perspective for my sake, it's not what I want. I want something with good writing, good plot, something, you know. So like, honestly, traditional publishing, whether it be one of the like big 5 publishers or even sort of like a third party sort of indie publisher, that's okay too. I just don't want like self-published books that aren't very good. They're just fun, and that's great, but I don't, that's not what I want to read, right? So good for everyone else though, but sometimes those get really popular, and then, you know, Amazon's like, hey, read this book, and you're like, sure, and then you're like, ooh, it's not very well written now, is it? The story development isn't very good, but I can see why people like it, because it plays to kind of like the writing version of fan service, right? But anyway, so I want to read and make a video about one book a month and post it onto YouTube on the Cellavision channel. Oh, and the channel, by the way, I didn't have it on here. It's Cellavision, because Cellavision was already taken, so it's Cellavision, because I'm on to post about books, and also make 1 to 3 videos sharing things I think are cool and interesting. So like a video essay type of thing, kind of like I did before, but now with my VTuber. Again, because people said they just like hearing the rants and stuff like that, and it's fun to have, it's nice to have in the background, or people find it relaxing. And I don't think I could ever do like ASMR stuff, or anything like that, but I can just rant about things. That I can do. So I'll try to make at least 1 to 3 videos, but video editing can take a long time. I'm kind of a perfectionist about it. I have like high goals and expectations. The video I was making for, and I'll probably post it on here because it's a really cool story. There might be some horror stuff as well, because I like spooky stories about things. So kind of like my last channel, to be honest. But the video I was making for my last channel back in, I don't know, 2021, I think it was. I literally spent, let's just say the video editing process, I spent 9 hours. No, 16 hours one day, and got a little under halfway through. And then the next day I worked for like 4 more hours and kind of made it to about halfway through. And it would have been, I think, an hour, because I think I recorded all the audio for it. And it would have been like an hour long video, a little over, I think. Like an hour, 20 minutes, something like that. I don't know if these videos would be that long. I'm going to try to keep them shorter, because I just don't have the time to edit that much, and that was just the editing process. That was not recording audio, finding and editing images, doing all the research for the video itself, writing the hour and 20-minute long script, right? That none of that was included in that. And I never finished it because I was so overwhelmed, and now I can't finish it because it's all on my other PC that I have under my bed. And it's not hooked up, so I don't have any of the files or anything. But I might make, some stuff about just things I like, stories I find, fun facts or historical things, or, I don't know, literally anything. I don't really know. But, it's kind of turning my other channel, making my regular YouTube channel like the VOD channel, right? That's where the VODs are, and shorts. And then I'll still probably should put shorts on this channel as well, but they won't like be clips, right? Like the other channel will be like clips shorts, and this will probably be other types of, I don't know what, but different things. Or maybe clips from these videos, who knows, right? Just to kind of reach is important. And I don't know, this was one that I was like, I don't think really people care. How many people can I get reading a book along with me a month? I don't know. But I figured, whatever. So what if I read a book a month, spend several hours making a video, upload it, and no one watches it, and no one also reads the book? Like, so what? Whatever. I don't, but maybe a few people will like it and will join me. You'd be down to read. Oh, good. See, okay, we already have one person. So, and because I know a lot of people like to read, but it's hard because they just don't have the motivation. And like, I know this isn't like huge motivation, but it's, a little motivation, so, people will kind of, sometimes they need that push, to like sit down with the book or whatever, or turn on their audiobook or whatever the case might be. And maybe this could be like, that little push people need to start reading more, because maybe they really want to read and they just don't. Like, I get that. So, I don't know. But yeah. So that's what what I will be, and like even then maybe I'll post the video about the book on YouTube, and if like you're not a big reader and you're like, yeah, no way I'd ever read that book, you can still potentially like watch the video and then join in on the discussion about it. It would also be cool too. So you know, that'll be yeah, and these will be like, you know, reasonable sized videos, 20-30 minutes, probably try to keep it in that range, I think. But yeah, I wasn't gonna do this, but then again, the past week, like I thought about this. But then Streamiversary stuff hit, and this is where like I made the channel, and then I was like, nah, and I decided not to, right? Had a little burst of motivation for a second, and then I kind of gave up on it. And then with the Dora stuff, I'm like, you know, I can't hold myself back. We gotta go guns blazing. We gotta go all in. So I'm gonna do it anyway, and we'll see how it goes. But I mean, I don't know. I'm just gonna do it. Anyway, so that's a thing. It's a thing that exists currently. It's Celevision. And then you can subscribe there, and I will be putting content up there at some point. At some point. I have a lot of goals though, but like, you know, I don't know. I'll try my best. I'll try my best. Like this will be probably like the art stuff is gonna kind of be like less a priority, right? Because I don't have a schedule for that I need to do, but like this will be like more of a priority, right? Because I have at least 2 videos that need to go up a month, which I think I can do. I feel like that's doable, I guess. But I don't know. I am streaming a lot, and I do have like full-time job, so can't seem to find. Here I got link. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's I can post a link in chat here right now. Oh. Channel. Yeah, it's like youtube.com/@itscelevision. There you go. That should be in the link. And yeah, it's a brand new channel. There's nothing there, but you know, I'm still working on it. But yeah. So I just got my links to other places. That's like about it. But anyway, so that's something I will be let me switch my account back before I forget. Something that we'll be working on this month. And again, first book will be Piranesi by Susanna Clark. And I'll post about that later. But for again, for February, I don't know, because like I said, I was thinking about doing the Golem and the Genie, right? Because February, gotta pick something like not romantic, but you know, something that fits the vibe. I was gonna do the Golem and the Genie by Helene Recker, but which I had read halfway through before, but I never finished, so it'd be perfect. But it's a little bit longer. It's like, I don't know, probably 600 pages or something like that. And I don't know, I don't want to kind of like, if people aren't super used to reading a lot, even though like 600 pages in a month for a lot of people is not all that much, but I know for a lot of people it is if you're not in the habit of reading. So I don't know. We might do Howl's Moving Castle, which a lot of people are familiar with the anime, but they haven't read the book. And I like the book so much better. So we could read the book and compare it to that could be a good one, you know, for discussion and things as well. And the book's not too long. Maybe. But I kind of also want to go out. And it's kind of something, another like more personal thing for me is kind of to go out more. I like never go out anywhere. So yay, thanks for subscribing. But like I just go to like my local like Starbucks and Coffee Bean and then like Whole Foods, and that's like it. So I'm gonna like expand to Barnes and Noble. It's just a little bit farther away, right? Like I can't walk to it is the issue. I like the things I can just walk out to. It's convenient. Literally going anywhere in LA is such a hassle. The traffic, man. The traffic. It's painful. Even if you're just going 5 minutes away, it's not 5 minutes anymore. But yeah, I'll maybe like, I don't know. I need to find a good time, especially here in the winter, because I don't really want to go out be out after dark, because you know things get a little sketchy after dark sometimes. So no weekdays. 2 times we've been to LA. Traffic's chaos. Yeah, yeah. It's a pain. It's a pain. But I might, but Barnes and Noble, it's in like a little shopping center, outdoor mall sort of area. There's pretty like fountain and stuff and other stores. I don't know. So maybe I could like an evening, probably not, because I don't want to be out after dark. But like maybe like a Saturday. Maybe it's like a Saturday afternoon type of activity, right? And then like I can try to be back. That'll like kind of force me to come back by spooky Saturday, right? So yeah, Saturday afternoon, late morning into the afternoon maybe, because like when you go to Barnes and Noble, right, you kind of want to hang around, browse around the like fantasy section, maybe the YA section, look at like graphic novels, look at mystery, and think you want to browse the good sections, right? And then you want to like make your purchases, and then you have to go over to the Starbucks, right? You gotta sit there a bit and drink your Starbucks drink and people watch and like poke at your books and things like that. And you gotta enjoy the vibes, right? The bookstore vibes. It's like a whole destination, really. I know it's not for a lot of people, but I think it is. I think it's nice to just spend time in a bookstore, just browsing around, no rushing, just enjoying all the books, and again, it's so much better to look at the physical books in a bookstore than Amazon and stuff. Like it's so hard to find good books online. Like you just kind of need to do it the old-fashioned way and just go to the bookstore and browse the shelves. It's so much better. Like not all the books are going to be big winners there either, but you have a better chance, and it's you get a better feel for what's actually in the print market as opposed to like what weird stuff is being self-published and things. Not that all self-published books are bad, but some are, and it's hard to know. It's hard to know. So yeah. You like while you're on Barnes and Noble, because you usually find some good books while you're looking for a specific one. Yeah, yeah. I normally never go in looking for a specific book. I'm always just kind of browsing just to see what's up, you know. So yeah, so maybe I should try to make like more Barnes and Noble trips. I think, and like I said, I said that back in November as well. I said that back in November too. And that I wanted to do that in November and December for like, the holiday season, enjoy the holiday vibes, but I never went. So, but this will kind of encourage me to go, right? Because I'll need to pick books to read for the book club. So, that'll be good, because I don't know. I need to be out more, and like, and again, the coffee shops, LA's coffee shops, like they're not very cozy, they're not very comfortable, they're not very inviting, and so like I can go out there, but I don't like to stay even too long, because it's not, I don't know, they don't invite you, not like East Coast, the Northeast. In the Northeast, the coffee shops, I can't really speak for like the far South, but the Northeast area of the country has much better coffee shops, like so nice compared to these. So it's such a difference, and yeah, and then I go to Whole Foods, but it's not like you really like hang out Whole Foods. So you just kind of that you go in and you buy your stuff and you leave, because it's crowded and frustrating and things like that. But yeah, I think and Barnes and Noble's probably gonna be crowded too and everything, but it's it's a motivation for me to get out there, right, and go somewhere. I think it helps. Like I get too stuck in like my like couple places I go, work at home, and I think that doesn't help my mental as well. So I need to go other places a little bit at least. So but anyway, so that's the second channel. That's another goal, is working on that. Next goal is okay, no. Is of course my streaming goals. Streaming goals. Let me take a drink. Wow, I have been talking for so long. Oh my god. I thought I was gonna play a game after going through all my goals, but this no, never mind. I was like, I'll talk about my goals, it'll take like an hour, and then what do I do? Oh my god, okay. Anyway, I'm glad you guys don't hate it. All right, Twitch goals. I want to stream 4 days a week, figure out which days are best. That's kind of like what I'm doing now, but I really should probably play around with it. Again, if I have, like, I'm kind of stubborn about wanting to do Tuesday, Thursdays just because, I don't know, I decided I wanted to do Tuesday, Thursdays. Mentally, that, like, makes sense to me. If I also want to do Saturdays and Sundays, because I want to avoid Fridays. But I am thinking that maybe, like, not Sundays and instead Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Like, I'll try out a few different things because I feel like everyone streams Monday and Wednesday, right? At least for my following. I look at my following feed, everyone's streaming Monday, Wednesdays. On Tuesday, Thursdays, there's like 2 people streaming. And on the one hand, I like having Mondays and Wednesdays off then because then I can do other stuff and then have someone else's stream up, right? And I can watch other streams while they're live, and that's fun. But and then I stream on Tuesday, Thursday. I'm not missing anyone's streams, right? Because I that's always frustrating. Once you watch our Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I see. So I'd be competing. See, I think I might do. I think I might take away the Sunday one. Because I don't know what's a right mindset for me going into starting work. I think it's nice to have like a self-care Sunday evening rather than streaming, and then have all of Sunday kind of like be me getting my crap together, sort of day of the week. And then and then Monday I might still have off. And then, cause like, I know I don't like to talk about who I watch, but, one of the, things I do end up watching a lot is, okay, so, alright, I'll walk you through my journey, okay? My journey from the pandemic, okay. The pandemic, okay. In like the summer of 2020, I was like, I had already watched plenty of streamers and content creators before, right? Which by the way, there's a tweet going around where it was like, who was the first VTuber you watched or something like that, or you were aware of or something like that. And like, I honestly don't remember. It was like 2018 or something like that. And it was someone I had watched before, not very frequently, but sometimes. And she had a sort of digital image model thing that was like a VTuber, but calling it a V, like, the technology was so different at that point in time. Like, the expressions were wacky, right? Like, oh, it would not hold up by today's standards. But she only used it when she was like feeling sick and like didn't want to look pretty for stream, or like was just feeling gross and feeling yucky. And so she was like, I'm just feeling really yucky today. I'm not feeling great, but I do want to stream, so I'm just going to put this model on instead so you have something to look at and I still get to stream. That was my first VTuber, I guess. I don't even remember who it was, and it was someone I followed on my old channel, and I don't even know, maybe I follow her now, but I followed so many people, like, and they changed their names, and so it's hard to figure out who was who, like, who were you in 2017, right? Like, so I don't really know anymore, but that was my first VTuber, I guess. And because I looked it up, I was like, "Ooh, wait, that's kind of cool, right?" Because like I said, like I didn't really like streaming with webcam on, and I was getting like weird comments, and I didn't really like it. So I looked into it, and I was like, "Ooh, what is this?" And I was looking at the technology, and again, it wasn't that great. And so that's why when I started VTubing, I got into it. I started thinking about it like late spring 2022, I believe. Like I said, then I was planning on doing it over the summer, but I need a new computer. And then in October 2022, I got my new computer, and then I did my first little trial stream in December of 2022. You're the first VTuber. Oh, yay! I'm glad I gave you access to that, because like it's kind of weird because the VTuber community, not even the community, like VTubers, I feel like isolate themselves from regular streaming a lot. For me, because like I tag all my content VTuber, right? And part of the reason is because people are either cool with VTubers or they're not, right? And if they aren't, you're going to get a lot of negative comments, you're going to get dislikes on YouTube Shorts, right? Like, it's not going to put your content in front of the right set of eyes automatically just because you're like an anime girl, right? And people aren't gonna like that. And why kind of market yourself to an audience that already has that big like deciding factor to it, right? As opposed to like horror games, right? I usually say horror games, but like a lot of the shorts I've been posting recently, they are from like water delivery, but they're not inherently spooky or creepy themselves, right? They're kind of funny little clips. And there's me being a little silly, and not really horror, or they are horror, but they're not when I'm acting like I am. And so I feel like they would still appeal to people who don't watch horror games, right? Like, you don't have to like horror to enjoy those clips, I guess. But like, if you don't like VTubers, then you're not gonna like the clip, like, automatically, right? Like, it's such a big limiting factor, pretty much originally. So, and I feel like maybe a lot of VTubers a lot of VTubers are just stuck in that way, because a lot of the earlier ways of VTubers, they gained a lot of their popularity because it was so new and it was fun technology, and like they were new and different, and people liked that. But now it's people say, oh, it's too oversaturated, you shouldn't get into VTubing. Well, that's only if you're getting into VTubing because you think it's a unique market niche. Not because you want to stream and you want to do it with a model instead of any other way to do it, right? Like, so, it kind of, it depends on what you're doing it for. And in some ways it's nice that people are saying that, because it gets the people who want to do it just because they just want to grow and they're just trying to find whatever way to help them grow faster, kind of out of the way. If they don't actually want to be a VTuber, then fine, don't. If you're only doing it because you think it's going to get you popular, then don't do it. But I mean, you can, I guess, but like, it's kind of nice that, I don't know, because you don't want to watch those creators, because then they switch it up once they get more popular, and they act all different because they were only acting a certain way or doing certain content because they thought it would get them popular, and now that they're popular, they do different content, right? And like, you don't like that, because that's not what you signed up for. But yeah, and like 2022 was when I think early 2022 was when I first like started seeing more VTubers and stuff. And I was like, oh, okay. And yeah, because again, I went on a little journey, right? Like, I was still streaming and stuff, doing my own thing. I was really into like horror things, for a few of those years there, from like 2017, end of 2017 to 2020, yeah, about the pandemic time. That's kind of where I stopped. Like spring 2020, and then or fall or summer 2020. And after that, I was kind of like, okay, well, I need other stuff now, because I, as a creator for like horror stuff, felt horrored out. I had always meant to be variety, but I somehow backed myself into a horror corner, and I was just like, I didn't like it as much anymore because I just had too much of it, and I was like, okay, I need to. And also, I didn't really like streaming anymore. I really wasn't liking posting videos. I stopped posting videos where I was only posting videos with like voiceover stuff. Like, I was getting more and more uncomfortable, and I kind of need to back out of all of that just because it was a little much. So then I was like, okay, I need to watch other stuff. It's a pandemic, right? You already need more content anyway because you're stuck at home. And so I started watching more Markiplier, and also more Game Grumps, right? And then from the Game Grumps, I watched a lot of their stuff for like a few months, especially. From there, I went into Ross. From their content, I went to Ross, who had recently just started streaming, Ross O'Donovan, and Rubber Ross. And I went from his content. This was the Among Us season. So his stuff, and they did a lot of VR things. Him and his like friend group did a lot of Among Us and VR stuff. And there's still not him, because he's working on whatever weird secret thing he's doing. That'll be out in 2026. He'll announce in 2026. God, I could not. Oh my God, That's so far ahead to be like, I'm going to be quiet for a couple years. Insane. Anyway, but from there, so I watch his friend group stuff. They play Among Us on Mondays still a lot, and I haven't watched that much for a couple months, but it's always nice that that's there when it is, and so I tend to watch that a lot. I usually watch All Tribe or Kiwi POV. But yeah, so that's mostly what it's nice that I have that, like, kind of usually as a definite Monday evening stream. Like, I know that streaming on Mondays. Wednesdays are a little iffy. I cannot figure out people's Wednesday schedules. There's a lot of people usually streaming, but Wednesdays there's nothing like consistent. So, but usually there's a lot of options, right? Tuesday, Thursdays there's no options. So if I like want to sit down and do work and put on a stream, there's like often not anyone streaming on those days. So, or like that I watch. They might be people I follow, but they're not really people I watch much. Right? I don't really vibe with a whole lot. So, other people I want to like, but or people who sometimes do content I like and play games I like, but usually don't. Sort of thing. So I'm usually stuck on Tuesday, Thursdays, not watching it. So I might move the Sunday stream to Wednesdays and at least benefit from Wednesday, because I've also tended to get a lot of viewers on Wednesdays when I stream on Wednesdays. Mondays have been hit or miss. I thought they were good, but in October I was trying out some Mondays more, and I don't think they were hitting as well as I thought. Like sometimes, but sometimes not. But Wednesdays tend to be pretty good days for streaming. So, but not always. But actually a lot. Like a better, like. So I might do Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Saturday. Which is, I know, a kind of weird pattern, but like, actually, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is the Kit Boga pattern, but in the mornings. So I might do that instead. We'll see. For now, though, we're sticking with Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. Well, once we get through this week, actually Tuesday now, but I'm not scheduling my normal time. Anyway, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday are the plans. I'm thinking of streaming later on Saturday too. Part of the reason I don't stream later on Saturday is because it's hard to write that out in the graphics. I kind of want to start streaming at like 7 or 8 p.m. PST on Saturdays, but it's hard because you have to write out a new time in the graphics for it. So I'm like, nope, I guess I'll just start at 5 and hopefully go for like 8 hours if I can. Or I don't like it because like I don't want one time to be off. But I think if everything's like Tuesday through Thursday, 5 to 9, and then Saturday, it's already set off on its own, right? Like when it's next to Sunday like that, it's a little weird to have it at a different time. But like if it's already in the eve, like it's already separate, its own special thing, then like pushing it later I think could be better. I think, because I do want one that's a little bit later too, because there tend to be a lot of people who stop by the stream later, and I don't want to be too late if I have to get up at like 6 a.m. the next morning. I don't really want to be streaming until like midnight or 1 o'clock necessarily, because then you have to get off and get ready for bed, and and then you don't get enough sleep. So I don't know about that, but like I might even try pushing my weekday streams to maybe like 10 or so. I know I haven't been doing that much, but if I like, I don't know, I need to be in a good hopefully I'm getting in a good place mentally, and then I can stream a little bit later, right? Which would be good too, because I know a lot of people can't usually, like, there are some people who have to leave halfway through, but there are people who show up at like 8:30, 9 o'clock if I'm streaming later, and they're like, hey, and then I'm like, oh, I'm wrapping up stream, and they're like, oh. So hopefully trying to stream a little bit later, maybe. I can do probably as late as 10:30 on those days. So we'll see. It depends on how I feel, right? But that would be good, because as you can see at the bottom part of this, I can't control how many followers I have, how many subscribers I have, what my average viewer count is, but what I can control is how often I stream for. I recently just hit the like whatever, I don't know, Steam has, or Steam, what am I saying? Twitch has the little like achievements, right, for streamers, and I recently just hit whatever one it is. I don't even know what they have, like little names, whatever one it is for number of hours streamed. I recently just hit the 500 total hours streamed. So I'm gonna aim for 1,500 total hours, which is big. It's big. It's a lot. But I think I can do it. I streamed about 250 hours from late August to now. I did stream, like, I mean, I streamed some extra days, but I feel like maybe overall I probably streamed an average of 4 hours a stream, perhaps. If you then ignore the extra days and kind of move the time to fill out other shorter streams, probably around an average of 4 hours a day. And that got me 250, so that could get me like a little over 500 for the full year. But or actually I did the math, it gets you like 700 to 800, and then I just need to do some extra streams around about, you know, some little bonus streams, and a lot of like longer streams during the summer and stuff too, you know. So that's kind of the plan, is to just make myself stream more. This is definitely like kind of a reach, but I think I can do it. I'm gonna try, because that's the only way you can grow, is by streaming more. Especially, and I know it's very meta of me, I know, but like I said, I want to reach that. I want to be able to do that charity stream by the end of the year. I'm sorry, I need enough. I need to grow enough to do that. Not to, I don't want to sound bad, but I'm sorry. So I think the meta strat there is to stream more days. So rather than streaming a really long time, like especially during the summer times, when I'm off, instead of streaming for like, you know, 8 hours instead of 4 hours a day, it is to, and that used to be the vibe, I feel like, for Twitch, but I don't think it is anymore. I think it is to stream my, you know, 4 hours and stuff, but then have extra streams that might be just like 2 hours on a Wednesday or on like a Monday, or 2 hours Friday mornings type of thing, right? And not really expect a whole lot of people coming into my stream when I'm streaming on Twitch, but it means new videos, more VODs on YouTube, which means increased discoverability, right? So that should be how the hours are distributed, rather than big long streaming sessions. Kind of moving it to just having more streaming sessions, if that makes sense. So I'll work on that and figure that out, but that's kind of the general gist of it. So anyway, so I want to stream for like 1 million bajillion hours, because we have goal number 2. We have goal number 2. Must do. Okay, anyway, so that's that. And what are we on now? What's this one? Let's see. Okay, we're getting there. Okay, goal number 6 is game development stuff, right? I do want to learn more game development things. I'm so sorry this ends up being so bright. I didn't realize it was so bright. I think because the colors contrast a lot with like my blue background. So sorry. I'm like giving myself eye pain here as well. Let's all enjoy the watermelon eye pain. Okay. Goal 6 is I want to make a short horror game by October, because it just fits, you know, by October, to have it out by October for Halloween. And I want it to be a short one, right? A short little, of course, obviously an indie game, because like it's just me, man. Game development, yeah. I'm still learning, but like I think once I learn, like it feels like it's not that challenging, especially if you have like, you know, some assets you're playing around with anyway that you get from online. Like I think once you learn it, it's not that bad, really. So I just need to finish learning, because I've already learned some, and I'm like, wow, that's bizarrely easy. Like it's not as hard as you think it is. Shout out to Unity for their tutorial courses, because like, beautiful. I know everyone's like, oh, Unreal Engine is better. Unreal Engine doesn't have the like learning platform that Unity has. Unity's learning platform is fantastic, and C# is like really simple. So main thing when you did game development was getting the codes right. Yeah. That's the you know, important thing, and it's like, yeah, it's not that hard. The art stuff is harder, to be fair, and that's why I do have working on, you know, Blender and Unity 3D images and stuff as goal number 3 or something like that, right? And practicing more with those. But yeah, I think art is hard, because like you can't just learn it, right? It's a skill you have to develop. Coding is a skill, but like it is kind of just learn it, right? You don't really have to develop it per se, you learn it. It's book smarts. as opposed to art smarts. And art smarts is very different. Art smarts that really depends on what talent you've got. Whereas book smarts depends on, I don't know, maybe your intelligence. I don't know. But I like book smarts. Art smarts depends on what it is. And I don't know that I'm particularly great at art. I'm not bad, but I'm not good. So, I can't really have high expectations, but I want to at least do a little horror game. And the thing is also, horror games are really great because the expectations for their quality are so low. The bar is like 6 feet underground in a grave because it's horror. In hell with the demons because it's horror. So, the graphics don't have to be good. So I could even try to make more of my own assets and stuff because they don't have to. That's the beauty of short indie horror games, right? That's why they're so good. So, it's fine. It's fine if it's not that great. So, because I have other games I'd really like to do that are bigger, other vibes to them, but I'm obviously not there yet at all. I'm not even at making a short horror game yet. But I think I can be if I really focus in on really lock in on doing the Unity tutorials and learning it and everything, and then I think I should be able to make a short horror game, and then maybe do a game jam at some point. I don't know. That seems intimidating because it's like an outside thing, and like there's other people involved, and I don't, people, it's hard. So I don't even entirely know how game jams work and stuff, but it's I don't know. It's kind of like a nice little, a little motivation potentially, and might maybe do that. That's why even as a goal, it's a maybe because I'm not sure about that one. But I'd like to maybe do one that's like after work on actually maybe either doing one over the summer to practice and then make a horror game throughout the summer and fall, or do a game jam after Halloween, after October, after I've done the horror game. We'll kind of see, how I feel. Maybe do multiple games. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know how long it'll take me, how much time I have for stuff. I have a lot of other things. This is kind of like goal 6. It's a low priority sort of goal, right? The streaming, it was goal 5, not because it's low priority, but because it's like so basic, it's not exciting, right? So that's why I kind of stuck it in the middle there. But this one is kind of low priority just because it's like a lot of work, and I just don't know how much time I have, right? I have lots of time for things. And then that brings us to our last goal, I believe. Yeah. Is my writing goal. Through Death of Moonface, that's one of the novels I'm working. It's not my lore novel. I'm kind of putting that one on the back burner. I wasn't really feeling it. It wasn't going right. And I don't really know who's really that into the. Cause I don't stream in character and stuff, so I don't really know who's really that into that. So maybe at some point, but I kind of want to put that on the back burner for a minute. And I want to finish on something I think will make a better story. Is this one novel I have that I have, I think only like a little over 10,000 words for right now, and they're not all good. So, but it's a first draft, so that's how it goes. So I want to finish. I always want to do 3 drafts of a novel, and some of that I have other drafts that I'm like a couple drafts into, but I'm not really feeling them. So I want to finish 3 drafts of Moonface, right? So the first one is your first draft, which is getting all the ideas down. Second draft is refining larger elements like story aspects, plotting, pacing, character development, your different arcs, adding scenes, deleting scenes, things like that. Third draft is your proofreading draft, right, for smaller line edits and stuff like that. And then you can send it to like beta readers and stuff. I'm not going to do that because I don't have friends. But I think I would try to submit it to agents at that point. I'd feel comfortable with that, at least to start, because then you get feedback from agents, and if you're lucky, you get feedback from agents, and you can kind of work on it and change it and things. So I'll try to do that. I don't know. I'd like to be at that stage around the summertime, but it is what it is. I'd be happy if I get to that point by the end of the year. And I'd like to also finish the first draft of another novel. I'm not sure which one, because it would kind of depend on what I think fits the vibe. And I might even get new ideas in between, now and then. So I don't want to block myself off from that by hereby dedicating myself to a different story. But right now I think Moonface. It's called Moonface, kind of a weird name. It's what, at least the name it is right now, right? It's based off a dream I had, and Moonface was the phrase in the dream. I still haven't quite figured out how to describe it properly in a way that doesn't sound crazy and like rambling and stuff. In the novel, but yeah, I don't even want to say what it's about. The vibes to me, they're similar to I'm sorry, I need to look up the name. I kind of forgot the name. Sorry, I'm almost doing crazy. I'm stretching in my bookshelf. What is book again? Oh, The Magicians of Caprona. From Diana Wynne Jones. Hold on. Okay. Magicians of Caprona, one of the Chronicles of Crestomancy books, right? My favorite book is Chronicles of Crestomancy, The Lives of Christopher Chant. Magicians of Caprona is another one in the series. It kind of reminds me of that in the like Italian vibes, fantasy, like sort of like Italian dark fantasy vibiness, sort of. But yeah, so kind of heading in that sort of general direction, I guess, is a good way to describe it for starting point. But you want to write, but you're never good at making stories. Some decent characters though. Oh, see, that's, you gotta just, the trick is if you get good characters, make things go wrong in their life and then have them react, and that's a story. Title alone had you interested. Moonface leaves a lot to the imagination. Okay, good. I'm glad the title's good. A lot of times though, once you submit to the agents, either the agent or I don't know if you know how, right, if anyone watching knows how writing works. You submit it to the agent with, usually you send your like first 3 chapters or 10 pages, whatever the agent asks for. And usually submit to a few agents at a time. Probably not multiple at the same publisher, but or not publisher, but the agency, I guess. But you can submit to some at different agencies, and you submit to the agent 10 pages, and or first 3 chapters, depending on their preference, and they and also a synopsis. Or like a cover letter that talks about you, right? And that's actually where you also say, I have so and so many followers on these platforms, and that might also boost you a little bit. And you give your background and credentials and things like that. And then also your synopsis of your book, which is different than your summary, right? Your summary is like what goes on the back of the book, and you're like, oh, and then she has to solve the problem for her family. How will she do it? No one knows. Ooh, read the book. Synopsis is just telling the plot from beginning to end, and giving away all the spoilers and everything, giving away the ending, highlighting all the key points that make the story the story. And then they read the first paragraph. There are a couple points. First is the first paragraph. The agent reads the first paragraph. If the first paragraph hooks them in and is good writing, they continue to read the first page. And if the first page is, or first 3 paragraphs, give or take, right, whatever, that's around the same length. If it continues to be good writing and continues to engage them, they will then read the rest of the 10 pages or 3 chapters. If they like that and are continue to be interested, they will then ask you for a full manuscript. At that point, you can reach out to all the other agents you sent your stuff out to and say, hey, just letting you know, so-and-so asked me for a full manuscript. Or like, you might not at that stage because the full is a little bit weird. It kind of depends how long it's been, but you might let them know that you've been asked for fulls, and then that might push you to the front of theirs, maybe not. And then if they ask for a full manuscript, that's really, really good sign because they're taking time to read your whole novel. And they'll read it all the way through. And if you get rejected at any point, especially at the beginning stages, it's called the slush pile. They just slush you off their desk and say, screw you. And you probably won't get feedback. If they ask for fulls, there's a better chance of you getting feedback on that, which is really nice. And there's a really good chance that they will, really good chance, but you're obviously on the right track to getting picked up by that agent. If they say, reach out and say they'd like to work with you, then you can reach out to all the other agents you submitted to and say, hey, someone has asked, and you definitely should. It's actually nice to them as well to let them know, to give them a chance. right? Because you're at the bottom of their pile or in the middle of their pile, and they might actually, maybe you're a genius, maybe you're the next publishing hit, and they want the chance to get in on that, and sort of outbid the other agent potentially, right? So they appreciate you letting them know, hey, I have been offered representation with so and so. What about you? Where are we at? And so they then will usually bring your book up to the front of their pile and read through, and then ask for your full, or read your full and make a decision. And then you might get competing offers for representation. And then the agent usually takes 15% of your, and that's the benefit. They never writing scams, never, no one should ever ask for money up front. Money always flows to the author, never the other direction. You never give money to anyone up front. Unless you're self-published, that's different. You're hiring services in that case. But if you're traditionally publishing, you never give anyone money. Money goes to you. The benefit of the agent is they take a 15% commission off of your earnings. So after the publisher and editors, after the publishing house takes their expenses and cuts, after that, what money goes to you, it goes to you and your agent team, and your agent takes usually 15%. I think it's usually 15% and 20% for international rights, something like that. But 15% is the standard cut for an agent. And so it benefits them to pick good authors, and also to work with their author to have the best selling book possible, because they get more money in the long run then as well. Because however much you earn, they get whatever, they get 15% of it. So that's what they get out of it. And it benefits them for you to do well and to find you the best deals, because that's what your agent is going to do, is work on deals for you. Whether it's securing international rights, movie rights, or just even the initial publishing, they reach out to publishing houses, and it's possible that you get an agent for your book, but it never sells to a publisher. So they want to sell your book to a publishing house, and they reach out to an agent, or sorry, to an editor at the publishing house, and then you will work with an editor at the publishing house, which is kind of like your agent, but for within the publisher. And it deals with more nuanced publishing things. And at that point, your agent might tell you to make some changes, but you can definitely expect your editor at the publishing house to have a lot of changes to your book. And so you have to go through and make a lot more edits again to what the editor, they're literally called an editor, so that makes sense. And a lot of it is, like, for instance, changing the title. There's a highly good chance that either your agent or your editor will ask you to change the title of your book for marketing purposes. And then, but like you still get some say in that, right? So like you can negotiate and work with them on something, and hopefully you get a good agent, because your agent is who's really going to be representing you in that, and will stand on your side. Or try to talk you down and be like, Sal, Moonface is just not a very good name. It's so stupid. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not going to sell well. It's not going to work well in the algorithms. Don't do it. And I'll be like, but I don't like the other suggestion that they gave me. And then the agent will be like, okay, well, let's try to work on something else, right? And we'll submit it to the editor and see what they think. So yeah, so that's what that is. And then the editor works on all the deals within the publishing house, on like, how big is your book going to be? How long is it? What do we need to cut? They work on picking the cover as well. Authors have some input into cover design, but not a whole lot of input into cover design. It kind of just depends. And again, you have your agent to kind of be your champion on your behalf, but within reason, because they also do care about what is best for the book as well. And what makes the most money for the book, because it means most money for them. So they also have that out as well. Anyway, so that's how it goes. So this would be submit, and then also usually once you sell to a publisher, it's going to be about a year for it to be published. Maybe a little bit more these days. So it takes a long time. So if like I were to sell this to an agent this year, the book would probably come out in 2027. So. However, you get an advance. When the editor buys your book from the agent, you get an advance. There are some big advances out there, 6-digit advances. However, you're probably looking at an average of 20 to 30. That's like mid-list authors are going to get like $20,000 to $30,000 advances. So there's a good chance you're going to get less as well, especially as a first-time author. Also, this is a standalone novel with no sequels, because that's also the expectation for a first-time author. Is like you could go with like a trilogy or something, but it's a little iffy because usually if a publisher buys it, right, they're going to be really buying the rights to the trilogy, and you haven't written the trilogy yet, right? And it's fine if you're an established author because you have a history of doing that, but if you're a new author, they don't know if you're actually going to write that trilogy or not. They don't know if you're going to sell well or not. You're a complete new chance to them. And so a single novel by itself is usually going to be the best option, at least for your first novel and certainly in your early career stages as a writer. So anyway, that's how all that goes. I know I haven't published, but I have been paying attention to writing stuff for like a long time, a little over 10 years. So I've heard the whole process from many people in many formats. Publishing a book was pretty complicated as well to learn about. Yeah, it's a lot of steps. I mean, from the writer perspective, a lot of it is like you just get your agent and then you kind of do what your agent says and they kind of help you work through the whole process. It gets a lot crazier. Just like watching some of Brandon Sanderson's lectures about like how you can go to conventions, book conventions and stuff like that, and try to network. They're like coffee clats or something, as they're called, like little coffee meetings that sometimes some editors will set up, and you can get your name in with an editor and kind of start trying to play the little game that way. But that sounds so complicated and hard, right? Like that's I just want to write a good book, man. So yeah. So anyway, so I would want to write my first 3 drafts at least and submit to agents, and then maybe make changes later. But you gotta send it off at some point. So that's the plan. Kind of getting that started. And because I think that would be really cool. I would. The plan currently is to publish under my VTuber name. So to do it that way rather than any other, like making any sort of more pet names or anything like that. I think my plan is fire. Well, thanks, Dr. Money Stack. But yeah. So and it fits the vibe of these books. I have some other books as well that I had thought of before, but I don't know if they really fit the brand I've got going here. So I'll focus on these that like fit this brand, and they're also ones that I'm interested in right now too. So because I have a lot of ones that I've started or outlined, and some that I've worked a lot of way have like one first full draft of, but I don't really like the way it turned out, and sometimes that happens. Sometimes you just gotta ditch them and try again or whatever. But anyway, so that is goal number 7. That was my last goal. But I have another image here to show, which is, can't wait to read my books. It'll be a while, but we will see them at some point. Okay, so this is where we are right now, just like for complete transparency here, because again, it is team effort. It's just not me, it's you guys. Like I said, want to get to the point where we're doing charity streams and fun things, right? So this is our numbers currently. A little embarrassing, but you know what? Here we go. I have 127 followers on Twitch, is where we're at currently. 7 subscribers, and my average viewer count is 4.7. So we're kind of low, but that's okay. That's okay. We're aiming for 20 by and it works exponentially. So supposedly it's exponential growth. Maybe. Anyway, so that's where we're at now. And I think it'll be fun to see at the end of this year to like do another thing next year, at the end of 2025, and like see how we've grown, right? So these are our numbers as of right now. Right before stream, I made this graphic and checked. So yep, gotta start somewhere. Well, I mean, I've also been doing this for 2 years on this account. But I haven't been super consistent. I was for half a year, and then I was a little bit less consistent, but still somewhat frequent, but less consistent, and then I didn't do anything for pretty much half a year. So I think that really hurt my trajectory, as it were. So but this is where we're at now, and honestly, like, this is really big for me. On my previous channel on Twitch, like, I didn't have more than like, I think my average follow count was about the same. I had like 3 subscribers and around between 60 and 70 followers. So this is actually really good compared to my other channel. So I need to like remember that. Not for YouTube. My YouTube over there, because I didn't post VODs. I made actual, like I said, video essays. My YouTube over there had more. But right now our YouTube has 272. Twitter 48. That's like whatever. I don't know. Twitter's Twitter's whatever it is. I don't know, man. You can't take that seriously. Instagram is 97. This one's a little bit frustrating to me because now I did like not post on Instagram for a long time, and I'm kind of jumping right back into it. But originally, in my first like consistent run of streaming, posted on Instagram somewhat, and I hit 100 on, I think, what date was it? I just looked. I think it was July 24th, 2022. No, 2023, sorry. Last year. And I think I saw the tweet of when I posted it. And it was like a little info thing about my VTuber and stuff, right? And about some, not some lore, but like, character description, personality type stuff, right? And nothing that you guys don't know already, probably. And I posted that little image and stuff, just to like celebrate having, and I posted it on Twitter too, so that's why I know one. But I had just looked at that recently. But I posted that because on Instagram it was like celebrating 100 followers on Instagram. So the image was originally meant for Instagram, right? And that was like a year and a half ago. And I was like, I know I'm probably going to dip below 100, but, soon after this, but that's okay. Here's a post to celebrate 100 for now. But now it's been a year and a half, and I still haven't gone. I dipped below 100, and I still haven't gotten back. I was at like 94 or something like that. When I restarted posting more often, like a few weeks ago or a month ago or whenever it was, I was at like 94. I've been like 94 for a while. And I got a few new ones recently, I think. Like 2 when I first started reposting more often, started posting more often, and then 1 literally I think last night or the night before, something like that. So anyway, so we're almost at 100 again. It's crazy because that account was like a few months old when I hit 100, and then it's been below 100 again for a year and a half. So anyway, that's it's kind of funny. But anyway, we're almost at 100 again. We can celebrate again and pretend it never happened the first time. And TikTok we're at 230, which again is whatever. Followers on TikTok really mean nothing because if you follow someone, TikTok will not increase the amount of times you really see that person's content. It really just depends on if you engage with the content or not, if you comment or like or share or something like that. But as far as followers go, it doesn't really mean much of anything. So that doesn't mean people will be engaged. It doesn't mean that they'll check out my other content. It doesn't even mean they'll see later TikToks of mine, right? They see one funny one they like, they follow, and they might never see my content again. So when I say like, hey, I'm doing a cool charity stream on my stream, like, and post it to TikTok, even if I have 10,000 followers, most of them will not see it. So it really doesn't make a difference there. But that's the number that we have just for funsies. So these are our numbers currently. Hoping to increase these. Twitter is, I don't even have Blue Sky up there because like I have so few people following me on Blue Sky. I appreciate them though. I appreciate all my Blue Sky followers. Shout out to you guys. But I don't know if that's like where I'm trying to grow necessarily. And also I'm not trying to really grow on TikTok per se, nor on Twitter. So Twitter's just like, I post because I want to post on there, and then you guys get to see if you follow me there. And YouTube and Instagram though are potential for growth. Instagram potentially, I think, once I get started. I think there's like, that's why I kind of want to get to 100 because Instagram, I think the algorithm and the app treats you differently for certain benchmarks of followers. At least they used to. I don't know if they still do that, but they used to at a certain point in time. I think 100 was one where they treat you a little bit differently at 100, and then again at like 1,000 and then 10,000, right? You get treated a little differently in the algorithms. And YouTube is whatever. I'm hoping to grow on there. That's where I get a lot of people coming into the stream, a lot of people finding me from YouTube. A lot of people find me from TikTok too, but that's only if they I don't have a lot of necessarily continued viewers. A lot of those people don't continue watching, but YouTube people are more likely to rope in and continue watching sort of stuff. So hoping to grow that as well. The key to all of this is short form content. So just to be clear on that, is short form content. Growing on Twitch is also growing on these other platforms, or how you grow on Twitch. Twitch does not have good discoverability. The other platforms do, particularly YouTube, and TikTok. TikTok, however, does not have continued engagement, which is continued support. It's not a great community builder app, but it does have good discoverability if you can convince people who like you on TikTok to then check out your other content. I tried to link my Instagram and YouTube to my TikTok the other day, and it wouldn't let me, so that was kind of frustrating. But you can, right now I think I just have a mention in my bio to direct people to Twitch, which again is kind of the ultimate goal. But I'm fine having YouTube as well. And then of course we just started our new YouTube channel today. But yeah, so that's, you know, at I guess at least one. Yeah, so oh, I should follow that. I should follow my new YouTube channel myself. What am I doing? Anyway, so yeah, that's the where the state of the channel, so to speak, something like that. Anyway, what else do I have? Do I have something else to share? No, I don't. Okay, next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna read some horoscopes. We're gonna go onto the internet and we're gonna read some horoscopes here. Hold on, give me a minute while I do this. Stamfrow's the first follower of the new channel. Well, yes, thank you. You get special honorary mention. You're number one, literally day one. You're day one. Okay. Here, okay. Is this work correctly or not? Let's see. Okay, I think it's fine. Yeah, okay. Alright, here we go. Horoscopes. I'm an Aries, so I'm going to look up my Aries horoscope. This one is on horoscopes.com, by the way. So this is the most... Also, I don't know what Google is up to these days. I don't know what Google's thinking. But, like, not to be... Like, I don't want to be uncultured or culturally insensitive, but I Google 2025 horoscope, and almost every single site is based in India. The Hindustan Times, the Ganesha News, they're all Indian. And I just wanted something that is, like, from my culture. You know, for, like, a frame of reference, I feel like. I feel like the, you know, I don't know, not that it's, like, gonna be that different, but I feel like I don't know, you know, I just want something from my culture. But they were all Indian, so I don't know what's up with that. But, like, it was really hard to find non-Indian sites. So before that, they used to search this up, and there used to be all sorts of little, you know, little horoscope sites, little zodiac sites. But here we just have this one, and I think all of the others are literally just like magazines. So we'll see. This one's the longest one description though. The magazines are, well, they are what they are. This is mine. You guys can read up yours too. This is horoscope.com. So you can see whatever you are. I'm an Aries, so we'll read mine. Okay, so personal. The overview is an overview for like the whole year for everyone, which I think is a little too broad. Anyway, again, I don't believe in horoscopes and zodiac stuff. It's just fun to read anyway, because it, like, you know, I don't know, gives you a mental to start with or whatever, and gives you something to talk about and think about, kind of, as like a prompt, sort of, right? I don't know. This is fun. And to me, it's a good way to celebrate the New Year's, because there's not a whole lot, like, I don't party or anything, I don't really drink, so, like, I don't know, what else am I supposed to do on New Year's besides watch The Twilight Zone, you know? And I don't even think I have... No, I just use streaming apps. I don't even have online cable set up, or I don't have cable set up at this apartment. I did at my old one. I didn't here because, like, I don't watch it, so I'm not going to pay for it. So I can't even watch a Twilight Zone the Twilight Zone marathon on Sci-Fi. So I mean, I could watch Twilight Zone just online anyway, but you know, whatever. It's not. It's always kind of like I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of that, especially if you're watching by yourself. It's fun to watch with other people, but it's not fun to watch by yourself. So anyway, so this is my one New Year's thing that I can kind of continue doing no matter what, is just looking up your horoscope, seeing what people say is coming for the year. It's just kind of fun. Anyway, 2025 horoscope. 2025 is a year of new beginnings for Aries, for me. 2025 is a year of new beginnings and bold transformation, Aries. The cosmic stage is set for major change that catapults you into new realms of growth, manifestation, and identity exploration. Great, that's very broad. In January, the Pisces North Node begins its journey through your 12th house and asks you to release the past, while the Virgo South Node in your 6th house, blah 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 blah, emphasizes the importance of self-care. Okay. Good, great. Eclipses in these areas in both March and September act as catalysts, helping you release old patterns to enjoy a healthier, more balanced life throughout the year. I like the sound of that. That's nice. Good. In March, Neptune enters Aries in your 1st house of self and invites you to explore your creative, sensitive side. The March Aries eclipse pushes you into a new chapter, while both Venus and Mercury retrograde in your sign encourage you to pause and reflect before making life-altering decisions. That's good. Okay, reflect in March. Don't act. Mercury in retrograde. No one knows what Mercury in retrograde means usually when they talk about it. Mercury is the house of communications and technology and stuff, and so it just means like technology might go a little wacky, or people might have more trouble communicating. It doesn't mean general bad luck, but a lot of people think that's what it means, but that's not even what it means. So, just fun fact for anyone who's going to talk about Mercury being in retrograde. It doesn't mean bad luck. It means technology, your computer might act dumb on you or whatever. Your internet might be bad, or I mean, it won't, but if you want to blame things on Mercury in retrograde, it's doing that. Or if like someone doesn't understand a joke you made and took it the wrong way, well, Mercury's in retrograde. It has to do with communications and connections and traveling. Anyway, in May, Saturn also moves into your sign, making an incredible time of self-discovery that demands maturity and self-reliance. I don't know about that. That sounds a little iffy. Self-discovery sounds good until it demands maturity and self-reliance. This is going to be difficult. In the first half of the year, Jupiter Gemini traverses through your 3rd house of communication. Jupiter is known to expand, so expect exciting news and revelations. This vibrant phase prepares you for June, when Jupiter enters Cancer in your 4th house of environment and emotions. Your focus turns inward toward the foundations of your life, potentially leading to a relocation, family expansion, or strengthening of close relationships. Wonderful, wonderful. I'm hopefully not moving. I don't want to move right now, and I don't have close relationships, so perfect. Uranus, but I have all these like communication things before then, right? So maybe I will. Maybe I'll make good friends in the beginning part of the year, and then they'll go even closer in June. That'd be nice. You're pretty nice. The last paragraph turns so ominous. You will embrace change no matter how uncomfortable. Oh no. They're trying really hard to make something bad seem good. Uranus, the planet of unexpected surprises, moves out of Taurus in your 2nd house of money and into Gemini in your 3rd house of communication. Under the experimental influence of Uranus, your self-expression will be electrified. Okay, yay, self-expression. In 2025, you're called to harmonize responsibility with self-care, embrace transformation, and follow your heart. Okay, well, follow your heart. That sounds good. That sounds good. Okay, let's do career and money first, and then we'll look at the love horoscope. Career and money. 2025 is set to be a transformative year for your finances and career, Aries, marked by pivotal astrological shifts that encourage growth, creativity, and a fresh approach to your work-life balance. This is the year to stand out and achieve. Well, that's great. That'll go really well with all those goals I just said I wanted to do. January welcomes the nodes of destiny into the Pisces-Virgo axis, starting a brand new 2-year cycle. The Pisces North Node in your 12th house of spirituality stirs your imagination. This is a time to allow your creative impulses to guide you, leading to money-making opportunities that also satisfy your soul. Oh, that sounds great. The Virgo South Node in your 6th house of service helps you release work-related stress, but can also reveal where your energy and efforts aren't being valued. Eclipses in March and September could bring changes on the work front that reshape your day-to-day routines and responsibilities, such as ending a role or starting a new one. Don't know what that means. I mean, they said role, not job, so maybe it's fine. Maybe I'm not like losing my job or anything. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. The more aligned you are, the easier it will be for you to channel confidence as you make important decisions. All right, gotta be more aligned. More aligned. Uranus, planet of surprises, continues its journey through Taurus in your 2nd house of money until July. Money surprises, hopefully good ones. You're encouraged to experiment with your approach to earning and saving. Experiment? I don't know about that. Exploring unconventional ways to increase your income. Okay. When Uranus moves into Gemini and sends shockwaves through your third house of communication, keep an eye out for opportunities to leverage technology for financial abundance. Oh, streaming? Connection with others can be a powerful channel of monetization, whether through writing, yay, podcasting/speaking, yay, or any form of self-expression. Perfect. Perfect. What's your story? If there's any, is there anything you can teach, share, contribute? I'm making a whole second channel for that on YouTube. Others will be eagerly seeking support at this time, so be prepared. Perfect. Perfect. Wow. Wow. That's actually exactly what I need. How did they know? How did they know? This is your year to blend creativity with practicality, leading to career empowerment and financial satisfaction. In 2025, Aries, the best investments you can make are in yourself. Aren't they every year, though? Aren't they every year? Okay, let's read the love one for singles, because I'm single. I like how they do separate for singles and couples, because, like, sometimes they're, like, saying, like, oh, you have a new relationship coming into your life. Look for a new romance, but, like, you're dating someone, and you're like, oh, I don't know about that. Hey, Rich Savage, welcome. We're reading horoscopes. Well, thanks for the hydrate reading. I haven't been hydrating enough. 2025 is a highly exciting year to ride the waves of singlehood. Perfect. Great. Good time to be single, it says. Oh, why? The landscape of your love life boasts a beautiful mix of new interests, nostalgia, and fortifying existing relationships. That's literally everything. They are covering all of their bases. You're fairly certain years told you to stay broke. This, oh no. Well, you know what? It's nice to know. So, you know what? Not every year can be your year. It's sometimes you need to just, you know, just brace yourself, I guess. That's unfortunate, but that's, I think I took all your luck. What zodiac sign are you? I think I took all your luck. I'm sorry. My turn. You can have it next year. You can have all the luck next year if this year goes well. Right? I'll have a good year this year, and then next year you can have it. Take turns. Okay, so I'm gonna have new interests, nostalgia, and fortifying existing relationships. So a little bit of everything. Perfect. So broad. With the nodes of destiny migrating to the Pisces-Virgo axis in January, you're clearing out emotional clutter to make space for new relationships that satisfy your soul. What does that even mean, man? New relationships? Okay, that's promising. You're a Taurus. Oh, okay, okay. Well then you're next in the zodiac cycle, so you next. Aries this year seems to be pretty good, and then you can have it next year. Perfect. Eclipses on this axis activate your 12th house of endings and 6th house of wellness, making this a divine year to release the past and center self-love. Ensure that any new relationship interest brings not only passion, but also fits into your lifestyle in a healthy, supportive way. Okay, that's yes, thanks for that advice. That should be for everyone all the time. The first half of the year sees Jupiter in Gemini. Okay, they said that before, so that makes sense, yeah, for communication. Lighting up your third house communication, yeah. Embrace the digital age of love with the line dating apps. Ugh, I don't want to do dating apps. No. No. Dating apps are weird because they're like image first, and I'm like very personality first. Like I say, the thing I'm most attracted to is like movement and posture and like body language, body alignment, things like that, because it reveals things about people's personality, right? I'm very personality driven. So dating apps are really hard because I'm not attracted. Like I've like looked, you know, I don't know, just not even like I haven't even tried them, but like if you just look through people's pictures, I'm probably not gonna be attracted to like freaking anyone, man. Like, because like one, they're not even like, even if they're moving, it gives me something if they're talking or something, but like just pictures, I'm like, none of these people, thanks. Ugh. Get out in your local community. Okay, where to? I literally go to coffee shops, Whole Foods, and then I okay, I want to go to Barnes and Noble. You know what? That's a whole thing that they tell guys. They're like, go to you know, a bookstore and stand around in the bookstore to find book girlies, right? I've seen people on TikTok do that. Maybe I'll find one of those guys at the bookstore. Love one seems decent. It told you to experiment and be more open. Yeah, okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. See, that's you can work with that. You can work with that, right? Like it's not just a good look, but you can work with that. All right. So dating apps, I don't want to do that. Blech, blech, blech. But like I don't have a problem with like people online. right? Like I can talk to people. Like I just need to get to know people. I get to know people from their personality, not from their looks, right? I'm not going to be interested in looks. I'm going to be interested in personality. So I know everyone says that, but like it's literally going to be like I could not use a dating app. I could not use a dating app because I would not be interested in anyone. So but like finding people online is not a problem because like if you can make friends online and stuff, but get out your local community. Maybe I can find one of those guys who's hanging out in the bookstores. I don't know. That's kind of creepy though. Depends, I guess, if they're actually a book guy. Strategy, yeah. Nobody could maybe at least it wasn't terrible like the money one or ominous. Like yeah. See, the others were much bad. This is your love year. This is your year for love, and then future years you can have other good things. Maybe all of your luck is gonna go into love for this year. You know, maybe that's it, and that's good. That's good. See, the thing is, okay, so like they do say like the guys who are like, oh, go hang out in the bookstore. Well, go out and look confused in your local bookstore, right? And I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Like, I don't like it when people, because this is why like also like meeting people out in public is weird because like I don't know, everyone they're always like trying to like pick up people, right? Or like again, go out and look confused. Like, are you confused or not? Because don't like play confused because that's dumb. Like, just be yourself, man. Like, don't try to look lost to attract someone's attention. Like, don't play something you're not. And the same thing, like if you're gonna like riz up someone. Like I hate the whole concept of like riz or like game and stuff, right? Because it's just tools that aren't you that you're using to manipulate someone into liking you or something, right? Like it's just stupid. Looking absolutely lost in a smart place or in a place smart people tend to be. Yeah, that's like basically it. And so the smart people will talk to you and and you'll kind of lure them in, and it's just like, don't play like that. Like, just if you see someone holding a book, you can be like, oh hey, I read that book, or like, oh hey, that book looks interesting. I was thinking about getting it. What do you think? Or something like that, right? Like, kind of strike up, you have a shared interest in front of you, like talk about it that way if that's what you want to do. But the looking lost thing bothers me. That doesn't sound right. If you're looking confused because you can't find the book you want. Yeah, see, that's like, I don't know. I don't even know what they mean when they're like, oh, look confused. It's like, how do you look confused in a bookstore, like without seeming like a complete idiot? I think they're just like, oh, I want to get into reading, but I'm not sure what to read. What do you think I should read? I think is the angle they're trying to go for. But like, I don't know that that's a good idea, right? Like, it feels manipulative. It feels manipulative. Like, just strike up something on a common interest. Need to play the boat game. Oh yeah, we gotta sail some ships. We gotta sail some ships. See if we're good. Books at a bookstore. Oh my god, yeah. They'll be like, I'm so lost and confused. I walked into the store hoping to find some video games, but there's nothing but books here. I don't know what to do. What do you do with these things? I've never seen one of these before. I've never used it. How to use it? Can you show me? Like, don't do that. But like, talk about, or like, or like at the Starbucks at a Barnes and Noble or something, right? Like, because then you can be there and you can be like, if you see someone you think is cute or something. Again, I'm not gonna. I don't like people for looks, so I would never approach someone like that. And I don't understand how people do. But if some people do, I guess. So like if they see someone and they're like, ooh, look, there's a cute girl sitting there. Okay, I'm gonna go talk to her. And then they go and they talk and like, they can come up and be like, oh hey, mind if I sit here? I just wanted to chat, like, like about books and stuff. What books did you get? I'm kind of, like, I don't know. That one would be harder to do. But I've had people come up and sit next to me at Starbucks before just to chat. And I haven't minded it. It is okay. So I've had some guys hit on me before at Starbucks, but like they pull the. I just remember one. It was this guy who comes up and he pulls the line, and I know it's a line. I know he doesn't mean it, and even if he does, it's not going to work anyway. He says, "Oh, don't I know you? Haven't I seen you at the gym?" No, you haven't. Oh, okay. I must have you confused with someone else. Anyway, do you want to go on a date tomorrow? Do you want to have dinner tomorrow? Yeah, I mean, are you sure you don't want to go out with that girl that you saw at the gym? Right? Like, dude, you don't like me. You like the girl at the gym. Don't. No, I don't want to go on a date with you because you don't like me. You like the other girl. Why? Ew, I don't like that. I don't like those. Yeah, people just being so lost in places doesn't work. You've seen quite a few confused looking people at your local Barnes and Noble. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe they're trying to, that's their dating strategy. That now you know. Now you know. So if they look cute and you're interested, go talk to them because they're probably waiting for you. They're probably waiting. But like it's just kind of like I don't know. I think it's always like, oh, where can you approach people without being creepy? But if you're at a point where um a place like a bar or a coffee shop where conversation is encouraged, like that's okay. Or if you're at a place of interest, right? So if you're in the lobby of a play that you're seeing or a concert, or if you are at a bookstore or at an art gallery, like that's okay to go talk to someone and you talk about that interest, right? Like that's okay. Like don't be creepy hitting on them, but if you want to start, like talk about that interest because you're at a place of interest, like a hub for that interest. So that's okay. And like not everyone will like it, but it's not like you've done an egregious error if you talk to them about that interest at that place, right? But so yeah, it's okay. So just like talk to them about the books. You don't have to like look weird and lost. Like yeah, but sorry, yeah, go about that guy. Yeah, I know. It's like close enough. Exactly. I was like, that's not. I don't know about that, buddy. And like a lot of people do that. They'll be like, oh, hey, don't I know you? You look familiar, and they think that's a good pickup line. And it's like, yeah, it's a way to start a conversation, but like, dude, saying, oh, I got you confused with someone else that I find attractive. But hey, I'm talking to you right now, so you could be her instead. Like that's just so. And that's why I don't like people who like start hitting on someone when they don't know them, right? So like even if you see someone at like, the lobby of a, play or something, right? Or like in a movie theater, right? Like let's say you see someone in the lobby of a movie theater and you want to go and talk to them about like the movie or what movie they're seeing or how often they see. I don't know. It's a little bit weirder. I guess let's go to the bookstore angle again because it's one that makes sense. But you go up and talk to them about books, right? And like that's fine. And when you're talking about the books first and then you learn about their personality more, even if you're not in it for the personality, at least you haven't looked like you're only in it for the looks, right? And then it's fine. Because if you're just like, hey, I think you're hot, you want to go out with me, like that's not gonna, I don't know, at least to me, some people are like that, but again, that's if they like looks first, but like for me, I like personality. So if you come up and talk to me and you're like, hey, you look familiar, oh, okay, I don't know you, oh well, look, haha, conveniently started talking to you, how about that, I clearly also think you're attractive, you want to go out with me, I'll be like, no, because you don't know my personality, you're clearly only interested for my looks. And that makes me uncomfortable because I don't know you and I'm interested in people for personality and I haven't even tried to talk to you yet. So, that one's like kind of it's just weird when you do it looks based. You need to like start on something that gives a little bit of personality. Yeah, date time. You approached a few, but that's because you thought they were struggling to find a book. Ah, yeah. Well, I mean, keep doing it. Keep doing it. Maybe it'll work. But yeah, it's just like, oh, thanks for the posture check, Dean. It was just needed to do that. But yeah, but I've also had other people come up and talk to me at coffee shops and to sit down at my table and like it was fine. Like, they didn't ask me on a date or anything like that. I think a couple asked for contact info maybe. And I didn't give it to them. Because it was like they were kind of, I don't know, they were kind of weird. But but they weren't like pushing anything, and that was good. That was good. And it was just good conversations. So even if like not because that it's still like a nice little conversation with someone. You're like, oh yay. And if it's awkward, then you're like whatever. Hey Pengzin, welcome, Happy New Year. But yeah, so like maybe where else can you go in your local community? What other place? I guess more coffee shops. But again, no one stays in coffee shops in LA. Like that's not a place you hang out here for some reason. So I don't know. But I guess dating apps maybe not. But like I don't know, maybe other. Yeah, I don't know, you can meet people on the internet that aren't through dating apps. So maybe ask your friends to say, "Oh, I don't have friends." Jupiter urges you to be social and explore the fun side of love. Explore your options and enjoy the process, but avoid oversharing before trust is established. That's not gonna happen. I like to be really open and honest about things and like just be authentic. So, but I guess to be fair, I do tend to I'm a little slow to trust someone, but then when I do, then I'm like probably oversharing. Like it's not a even trajectory. Right? I tend to be like really slow and then I'm like, no, okay, you're good. And then once you pass, then like cuz it's like for friends too and stuff, right? Once like I'm like, yeah, I think I trust you. And then I'll like be way more open and way more talkative, way more just like honest and yeah, share a lot more about stuff and like be like, hey, so I am. And I kind of do that too before trust is established with certain things. And sometimes I know that can kind of be off-putting because people are like, dude, no, I don't want to know anything about that. And I'm like, hey, I'm just trying to get you to know me. And they're like, yeah, but I want to get to know you slower. Do not give me that information. It's like, okay, fine. They're like, I didn't ask. I'm like, all right, whatever. I thought you'd like to know. But yeah. With certain people, it's like that. But I think maybe those people don't actually like you anyway when they're like that. Saturn's rendezvous through your sign between May and September challenges you to set healthy boundaries, boost your confidence, and raise your standards in love. Ugh, okay. Saturn wants what's best for you. It does it now. It will prevent you from settling for less than you deserve. I guess. I'm already pretty good at that. So, does that mean it's like, I'm gonna like go to like a bookstore. One of the confused guys is gonna come up and talk to me, but somehow it'll work out. Or maybe he'll do the right strategy. I don't know. And then, or I'll like meet someone online or something. I don't know. And then things will go really well. But then Saturn's gonna be like, nope, he's not good enough for you. And then force me to like back out. It takes a long time for you to trust someone. You're extremely quiet, but the second you become friends with them, you talk their ear off. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I gotta be the confused one. I don't want to be the confused one. That puts a weird. That sets a bad standard for the future of the relationship. So power move. Walk up to the bookstore guy and act even more confused. I'll challenge him on his confusedness. See if he's a true confused person. Right? Like when you ask someone if they're like a real fan, you're like, I don't think you're a real anime fan, and then you quiz them a bunch of questions, right? I'll be like, I don't think you're a real confused bookstore guy. Here, I'll ask you all these I'll act more confused and see how you react. Are you a real confused bookstore person or are you faking it? But that actually could be really fun. Oh no, ad. Singapore Airlines. Okay. Yeah, you're confused. Name every confused person. That could be kind of fun. Ooh, what if you do just go up to people and call out and you're like, are you actually confused or you're just playing confused because you're trying to attract people in a bookstore? Like, what would happen? Are they gonna be like, ooh man, you caught me? But like, I guess if they own up to it and are honest, that redeems them, right? And they're like, ooh man, you know what I'm doing. We're on the same wavelength here, right? That could be a good bonding moment, right? Maybe. And then you can teach them the error of their ways, like, because they won't do that anymore now that you called them out on it. So, you think you're confused? I don't even know where I'm at. What's your name? Because I don't know mine. These are great confused person pickup lines. come to me for all your love advice. I can tell you how to do it, definitely. Just ask bizarro, wacky questions at people until I don't know what happens next, right? It's the like, do this, ... profit meme, right? That's the ... that's up to you. Okay, alright, then Saturn's gonna push away anyone I do meet in the first part of the year because they'll be like, no, they don't deserve you. You're too good for them. And then I lose them. When Jupiter enters Cancer in June for the remainder of the year and brings abundance to your 4th house of emotions, it's time to follow your heart. Oh, that's great. Your attention will be directed to your closest connections, environment, and soulmates. You could be taking bold actions in the name of love. Oof, okay. This is your year to explore, but also Saturn's like, nope, don't settle for less than you deserve, but take bold actions in the name of love. Maybe I'm like aiming up, right? Like aiming up. Bold actions, like talking to people I normally wouldn't, right? Like, you know, maybe that's what they mean. Because it's not less than I deserve. Shooting up. Remember to use. Would you rather have 2 long arms or 2 long legs? Yeah, just ask like really weird stuff. No, yeah. Just to be clear, no one ever do that. But actually, I could see calling someone out on their confused bookstore guy routine. I could see that. That could work. Because then you're like, it builds connection, you know? And that's really good. Anyway, this is your year to explore the multifaceted dimensions of love, both within and outside yourself. Remember, the bravest thing you can do is allow someone to see you for who you truly are. Great. Okay. You know what? That's not bad. I'll take this horoscope. That's not bad. Actually, it's pretty good. It's actually really good. I think it's actually probably the best love horoscope I've ever seen for myself. So I'll take it. And the career and money one's good too. Honestly, this year's pretty good. It's all about the communication. Thank you, Gemini and Mercury. It's ruler. Mercury's the ruler of Gemini. Thank you, Gemini. Also the House of Liars, because they're two-faced twins. But that's okay. Because it's also communication, and that's what this is all about. Communication. And Jupiter and Saturn, they're really big in this here, right? They're really showing up a lot in my year. Jupiter is House of Abundance, Saturn kind of as well. And of standards, like I say here, and Gemini about communication. So honestly, it's all coming together. We'll revisit this when I'm still single next December. Okay, the same thing with money and career. It's all coming together. We'll revisit this when I have like 210 followers next December. No, actually I'm much more confident in improving this sort of stuff. The love stuff less so. The history of that hasn't been good, but the career stuff, like, cause you know, I'm okay in my actual career. So you know, like streaming stuff and other areas I want to go into, like that. And it said a lot of this is online stuff and unconventional things. So I take like streaming to be that sort of stuff and creative stuff. So I am more confident in that going well. So I think this will be fine. I do think I'll still probably be single next December. You know, maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, next horoscope. This is from Elle. Like I said, it was all horoscopes.com, a bunch of Indian websites and publications, and then US European based sorts of magazines. All right. You just said you're going to deal with crap and stay broke. More open to people. Yep. Well, hey, there was a positive in there, sort of. All right. Ready to forge a new path and reshape your identity? Of course you are, Aries, and odds are you've already been on that mission for the last couple years. Yeah, kind of. Keep on trucking, because 2025 continues to bring noticeable progress. Woo, that's very realistic for horoscope. Disciplined Saturn and dreamy Neptune. Oh, the other one didn't talk about Neptune. What's that dreamy Neptune bringing me? Both move into your sign for part of the year, helping you drop anchor and build a solid foundation for the next stage of the game. Okay? Huge deal. Since Saturn last visited your sign in 2008, and Neptune hasn't been in Aries since 1875. Wow, what was going on in 1875 for all the Arieses out there? Now I'm curious. Was it a good year for Aries historically? Who are Aries historical figures, and what did they do in 1875? How do horoscopes work? You've never actually tried it. Basically, depending on when you're born, they say different things will happen to you because, like, you have a sign, like Aries. I'm the constellation. Aries was, like, at a particular point in the sky when I was born. And it is the entire month of like March 19th to April 19th, and I'm April 16th. And so basically then they track when other planets move through that constellation in the sky. Or when they move, you also have houses, right? And they split the sky up. So like Aries is like house 1 or something like that. And then all the other like portions of the sky, there's like 12 houses too. And like, so all the other portions of the sky are like represent different aspects of your life. Based on the center one being Aries, and then different planets will move through different houses, and it'll affect like based on the like dreamy Neptune, right? And like Cancer is like emotional, for instance, and that like will drift through different portions. So like, or sorry, Cancer's motion. The ruling moon is the ruling moon. The moon is the ruling planet of Cancer, and Jupiter is the planet of abundance. So Jupiter drifts into the constellation of Cancer starting on June 9th, which is like home and family. So right, so like abundance in emotional stuff in particular, for like Cancer and stuff. And then it depends on what of my houses in the sky is Cancer in. And that's why it's probably home and family, because it's probably in the house that represents home and family. And so it'll be particularly emotional connections to home and family will have abundance, if that kind of makes sense. Because Jupiter brings the abundance, Cancer is talking about the emotional section and its emotions in terms of probably like home and family stuff. Kind of. Because all, of course, the constellations like, you know, shift throughout the sky, and I have like my houses throughout the sky and they shift around or something like that. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. I've never done horoscope stuff like my own, you know, I haven't done them myself. I just looked them up. So I don't really know, but that's the premise of how they work. But yeah. Roll up your sleeves and unleash your imagination. Your fearless leadership will attract a wider audience. That's exactly what I want. Should grow the channel. Wow. Especially during Aries solar eclipse on March 29th. Got to stream on March 29th. What day of the week is it even? Is this gonna pop up stuff? No, okay, good. What day of the week is March 29th? No, it's a Saturday. It's a spooky Saturday. And there's going to be an eclipse, a solar eclipse in my sign on March 29th, spooky Saturday. So, good. Will attract a wider audience due to my fearless leadership during the spooky Saturday games. They're onto something here. I can tell they're talking about me. You might think, hey, Sally, they might be talking about any other Aries out there. Literally, no. They're clearly talking about me. I don't care if roughly 1/12 of the population is an Aries. They're talking about me. They know. They're using the right word. As new developments emerge, there may be some baggage to deal with. Great. The fateful North Node wraps up an 18-month tour through Aries this January 11th and slips into soulful Pisces until July 26, 2026, so for the rest of this year. Invest time in spiritual growth and processing old wounds. Jupiter downshifts into Cancer June 9th, drawing focus home and family. You'll either put down roots or seek a new place to plant them. I'm good. They said that before too. I think I'm good. Oh, okay, love and okay then Taurus. Okay. Love. Let the intellectual sparks fly. The fastest way to your heart is through a stimulating conversation in 2025. Fair enough. Stack, especially because of the Gemini thing they were talking about, Jupiter and Gemini or whatever. Stack the calendar with lectures, performances, and lively road trips. Single Rams don't sleep on locally grown hotties hanging out at neighbors. They're saying the same thing too! Neighborhood venues! I gotta look for the locally grown confused boys. The bookstore. Venus turns retrograde in your sign on March 1st, which could give you cold feet for 6 weeks. Oh, okay, so 6 weeks starting March 1st is gonna be a little rough. Good to know. Pace yourself and be careful not to raise the bar to an impossibly high standard. Well, Saturn sounds like they're going to be doing that starting in the summer, man. Okay, but maybe they mean through that Venus time. Relationships get serious in the fall when your ruler Red Hot Mars pulses through your relationship zones. Commit. Okay, wow. It's command right there. Single word command. They're really insistent on this. No, this is a L. Right up here at the top. L magazine. L.com/horoscopes. Well, they even have a whole little tab for it up top. Yeah, maybe this one will be better for you. Maybe this one will be better for you. But this one actually aligns a lot with what the other one said, which is interesting. But the other one didn't tell me that things would go well in the fall, but that's interesting. That's interesting. Commit in the fall. Okay. Get serious in the fall. Wow, that's kind of scary. I guess the other one kind of implied something like that. I think maybe. Anyway, that's good. And this part was good too. The career stuff. Wider audience on March 29th, Spooky Saturday. Okay, I'll take it. Next horoscope. This one is in women's health. Random choice, but look, it was this or Hindustan Times and Ganesha News or whatever, so this is what we're doing. January is all about getting aligned with your purpose, Aries. Venus, the planet that rules over all things love and desire, moves into dreamy, emotional water sign Pisces on the 2nd. The planetary shift invites you to step back, meditate, and reflect on what truly matters. Okay, so for love, I'm reflecting in January. The other ones also told me I'm reflecting in January, but they didn't tell me it was about love stuff. Is there anything you're holding on to from 2024 that you can release? Try journaling on that this month. Mars, the planet of action, is retrograde this January, pushing you even deeper inward and prompting some unconscious questions about your career choices. Are you doing what sets your soul on fire? If not, it may be time to take action. The full moon in Cancer on the 13th illuminates any lingering emotional hangups and clears the way for fresh starts, making your path clear, both in life in general and in your career. By the new moon in Aquarius on the 29th, you'll feel inspired to collaborate and take bold steps forward. Go get 'em, Aries. Wow, okay, very positive. These are very positive horoscopes. I told you, I'm getting rid of the negative stuff from 2024, and we're starting fresh. And you know, that's good. This is good. This is good. They're all good so far. Wow, that's a little suspicious. Where'd Aries go? Okay, here it is. This one is in Glamour magazine. So many freaking ads. Oh my god. Okay. 2025 is a year for bold steps, Aries. When Neptune enters your sign, it may awaken your deepest dreams and prompt you to redefine your purpose. With the solar eclipse in Aries on Spooky Saturday, March 29th, and Saturn entering your sign in May, you'll likely feel a surge of confidence to tackle challenges and manifest big goals. Okay, gotta manifest big goals. This might be the year that long-term commitments start to take place and level you up in ways that could change the course of your life for the better. Okay, so use discernment before saying yes too quickly to anyone or anything. Okay, good to know. But like it says it's gonna be, okay, I just need to be careful, but as long as I make the right choices, it's long-term commitments in everything that go well for everything, for forever. But I have to make sure I'm saying yes to the right people and things and opportunities. Manifestation tip. Take calculated risks that align with your authentic self. Create a vision board to visualize success and revisit it daily. Hey, I kind of did. Larry took it down, but I have the image. Avoid burnout by scheduling rest after intense bursts of energy. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Good feedback. Trust your intuition. It's sharper than ever this year. Okay, and my intuition is saying, fresh start, we're on to new things, new directions. That's kind of like what they're saying, like new opportunities, long-term commitments start to take place, right? So, like, yeah, that's what I was saying too, and that's what my intuition was. It's sharper than ever, apparently. Wow. That's just my manifestation tip. If I want to manifest stuff. It's pretty distant. You talked about taking time for yourself and setting boundaries. Okay, I still think that might be just a positive spin on the other one. But yeah, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. At least it's not like directly negative, I guess, right? Like, okay. And then this one is, what is this one again? Allure magazine. Okay. All right. During January, your ruling planet, Warrior Mars, is retrograde, which could see some Aries noticing a drop in their ambition or hustle. If this happens, be gentle with yourself and honor whatever comes up. Loving Venus moves into dreamy Pisces, bringing spiritual insight. And when Mars retrograde shifts into your cozy 4th house, you feel called to relax at home. A Cancer full moon is also best spent relaxing at home. Wow, they keep telling me be at home. But like, you feel super social when community-based Aquarius season begins. Okay, when is that? You're not telling me when this stuff is, bro. Aquarius new moon, which is also the Lunar New Year. Oh, okay, is a social night. Oh, okay. So all this stay-at-home stuff is literally just for January. And then starting like February-ish times, that's when I'm feeling more social. Okay, that's how I can go out and meet the confused bookstore boys. This site is Allure. I'll mention the ones. I'll put it in chat here. The horoscopes are from. Yeah, okay, we'll go back to this one here for me. I'll put it at the end. I'll put it in chat at the end. Yeah. Good luck, Bangzin. Drunk Monkey's word wasn't so great. But yeah, so I think all this stuff, I'll stay at home, like, oh no, how can I meet the confused boys? But, or hopefully not. Hopefully we don't have to resort to confused boys, right? Hopefully we can get the friendly boys, not the confused ones. I don't really want the confused ones. That's no offense to them. I'm so sorry that they're confused though, because they aren't. That's the problem. They aren't confused. They're just liars. I want the like outgoing, friendly boys who have an interest, right? Like you're an Aquarius. Okay. Yeah, I'm not looking up other people's here because that would take too long. And I've already been streaming a lot longer than I wanted to. But yeah, so I'm staying at home in January, but then starting February, that's when I'm gonna head on out and start making friends or something. I don't know. Plus, eccentric planet Uranus ends up in retrograde and goes direct on in the part of your chart that rules and affects finances. Okay, so at some point, it ends its retrograde. Okay, good. I was like, goes into retrograde. Oh no, it ends its retrograde. It goes into my finances, right? I think the other one, horoscope.com, talked about that too. Okay, I know this is a really good year. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. That's it then. That's the last one I have. Because again, all the others were kind of weird. Like, I don't know what the deal is with all the sources being from India. Okay, hold on. I'll put in chat the so these were horoscopes.com, Allure, Women's Health. You could just search for these in like Zodiac, 2025 Zodiacs or something. Women's Health, Glamour. And was that it? Oh, L. Women's Health, Glamour, Allure. Yeah. Allure, Women's Health, and L. 2025 horoscopes. Okay. Those ones. So yeah, so if you want to see the same horoscope places as I was using, or if you know there were a lot from India as well, if you want to check those out. No offense, I just want something that was culturally related to me, you know. I don't know. I feel like it would land different if it's like from a perspective from like in India or I don't know if they're all from India, but like a South Asian perspective, right? I'm not there. So I kind of wanted more Western based ones personally. So I felt like I could relate to them better. But anyway, so that's the plans. Big highlights to take away for people is second YouTube channel coming, or already up, right? It's Television. I'll type that again in chat. So everyone can, if you want to go to subscribe. Is that going to be copy paste? Yeah. Okay. Oh, ad starts in 4 minutes. We'll have to wrap it up before then. So yeah, a new YouTube channel. Planning to get the Game of Thrones book set. Oh, I don't really like the Game of Thrones books personally. I'm not a big fan of them. But our first book is gonna be, actually, hold on, I'll link it here. Amazon.com. Is it gonna let me go to Amazon on an incognito window? What's this? Oh, it doesn't let you go to Amazon on an incognito window. That's crazy. Okay, well, that's fine. I'll just type in the name of the book. You can buy it from wherever bookstore you want. Maybe you can go into Barnes & Noble and ask the confused boys about it. Can you see it by Susanna. Wait. Yeah, okay. Yeah. This is our first book club book on the new YouTube channel. So it's shorter for people who it's a book I've read and I really like it. If this thing's not really that creative in the brain. Yeah. This book is pretty good. I really liked it. And I'm thought like to start off with, I'll reread a book with anyone who wants to read it with me. And like I said, it's shorter. It's like 200 some pages, 211 or something like that, I feel like. But base model, TV show, movies just help you visualize what you're reading better. I see. It makes sense. That makes sense. So then maybe you'll like Game of Thrones. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like there's. I don't know. Well, first month we're doing this. Second month, I was either gonna do maybe House Moving Castle, which does have the Studio Ghibli adaptation. So if you haven't seen Game of Thrones yet, I see. But you can watch it along with what you're reading. It's true. February do House Moving Castle, which has the animated movie. And I think, but I don't know. That the House Moving Castle will come my backup. I did want to go to a bookstore and try to find pick a book off the shelves. Yeah. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Like, again, that's a reread for me, so none of these are like new books for me yet, but I wanted to start off again kind of smaller and things that I thought would be more approachable for people and then kind of work our way a little bit bigger. And I want something that's kind of like, I don't know, not romantic, but has romance elements to it for February because Valentine's Day and stuff, and you know. But I do want to go I need like a Saturday afternoon sometime, I think. To head to Barnes & Noble and see what they have on the shelves, because I really struggle finding books online like these days. The way Amazon's feed is sucks. Everything's mislabeled, and like when you search for things, they give you bad stuff. You want top fantasy books? Well, don't worry. Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, Chronicles of Narnia, like it's like nothing new, and it's just so hard to find things. So, and you can read articles online, but that's hard too because a lot of them are just like, I don't know, it's so hard to figure stuff out. So I want to go out to the book. I wanted to go. I've been saying this for months that I do want to head out to the Barnes and Noble and just check it out and have a nice little bookstore day. So, and maybe I'll see some confused boys. I don't want to talk to the confused boys. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna go, and because I want to ad start in like 20 seconds. So I want to go before the ads start, until I'm like trapped here until ads end. So anyway, but yeah, it's a good stream. Didn't get to play any games, but hopefully it was good to like talk about the new year with everyone and my plans and plans that you can take part in as well for the coming year. And hopefully a good talk, hopefully it helped you guys kind of get your mind together for, you know, your own plans and stuff. And yeah, so I'll be back. I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow, maybe, but probably Thursday, definitely Thursday. I think it's going to be an Until Then stream on Thursday, but no guarantees. We'll see. Anyway, have a good New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. And I'll see you soon in a couple days at least. So goodbye.